Recording in progress.
Thank you, Billy. Good morning. Welcome to the last day of the August California Coastal Commission hearing. Today we have a terrific agenda, but before that, we're going to go to Ms. Miller to call the roll.
Commissioner Amendzada.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco.
Here.
Commissioner Groom. Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Present.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Aguirre here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Uranga.
Presente.
Commissioner Wolfson.
Aquí.
Chair Brownsey.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Appreciate that. Okay. Billy, if you can get that door, that would be great. Okay, before we go into the agenda, I just want to make a couple announcements for members of the public. First, this morning, we have a 3-hour local government workshop. If you would like to provide public comment later this morning, please sign up. On all the other issues on our regular agenda, we will be starting those issues after lunch, so it'll probably be about 1 o'clock. So you can plan your day. Okay, with that, we're thrilled to have an update today from our local government working group. And they are representatives of local boards, county boards of supervisors, local city councils, mayors, and it is along with representatives of members of the Coastal Commission, Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Groom's service is so appreciated, and of course our staff. This is such a critically important group, and so what we're going to do before I hand the meeting over to our coordinator, Galen, is I'm just going to ask the members of the different local governments, and we'll start on my left, to just introduce themselves. If you could just introduce your name and your title and maybe one sentence. But before that, yes, Billy?
It's all right if I give a little
That's right. Billy,
lesson on how to use microphones.
absolutely. Even though I'm sure that most of the people up here are familiar, our system is a little different.
It is, and there are even commissioners that sometimes don't use them correctly. So
I like the, Billy.
I mean, the new commissioners we've never given this speech to. That's what I meant.
Okay, I thought it was a great way to slip in a little. Okay.
Okay, so the microphone, the most important thing is that this little black thing is pointed at your mouth. Okay, that is the most important thing. And then the second most important thing is distance. And as long as you've got that far, you're good, we'll pick you up. And we can make adjustments, be consistent. If it seems like it's a little low, we'll probably catch it. And if you move in closer and it gets louder for you and we've pushed up the volume, then we're fighting each other. And so be consistent with the microphone, make sure this black thing is pointed, and you can see you can move it around, so it's pointed at your mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. We rely on Billy for all his technical expertise. So we're going to start. Please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Sue Beckmeyer. I'm the Vice Chair of the Coastal Cities Group and on the Pacifica City Council.
It all immediately comes to me. I'm Bruce Gibson. I'm 2nd District Supervisor in the County of San Luis Obispo and co-chair of the Coastal Counties Regional Association, which is a group under our State Association of Counties that's not nearly as well organized as my city colleagues' group is.
I'm Ed Waggy, the mayor of the city of Pismo Beach and past chair of the Coastal Cities Group.
Good morning, Eric Friedman, City Council Member for City of Santa Barbara and Chair of the League's Coastal Cities Group.
Good morning. My name is Ed Spriggs, City Council Member, City of Imperial Beach, and second past chair of the Coastal Cities Group, and one of the original members of the Sea Level Rise Working Group.
Welcome to you all. We're just thrilled that you're here. Thank you so much. And what we're going to do is I'm going to hand it over to Galen, and just my last announcement is for members of the public. Public comment will be at the end of this discussion among the working group members. Okay, with that.
I'll do a little sound check. How's this?
I'm sorry.
Good enough?
Oh, I'm sorry. There are some folks on Zoom. I did not realize that.
Well, that's
Okay.
a good idea.
So let's bring our Zoom members in to introduce themselves. Chris?
Hi, we have Jerry Hemmingson, Wendy Root Askew, and Lisa Plowman all in as panelists right now. So whenever they're ready, we'll do Lisa Plowman first, Jerry Hemmingson, and then Wendy Root Askew. Lisa Plowman, are you there?
I'm here. Yes, thank you.
Could you introduce yourself and state your position, please?
Yes, my name's Lisa Plowman. I'm the Director of Planning and Development with the County of Santa Barbara. And I'm here to present information around our LCPA for sea level rise.
Thank you so much. Next.
Yeah, I'm Jerry Hemmingson. I'm a 4th District Supervisor in Delmark County. I'm also a co-chair along with Bruce Gibson for the Coastal Counties Regional Association with CSAC. Thank you.
Great, and I'm Wendy Root Askew, Monterey County Supervisor for District 4, including the coastline of Seaside, Marina, Del Rio, and Sand City. And just pleased to be here as part of the CSAC contingent today.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, if I might, we are expecting Supervisor Matt Lavere of Ventura County in person at some point. And
Okay.
I'm not sure where he is.
All right. Oh, there you are.
No, no, you're, yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. I didn't see you there, Matt, sorry.
All right. Okay, staff will
It's actually,
figure that out. Is there a name tag for him? Oh, okay, you're sitting right next to Commissioner Harmon. Okay. Nothing like getting the word last minute. Okay.
as I indicated, we're not as well organized as the city's group.
It's quite all right. The fact is you're here, and that's all that matters. Okay, Galen, please proceed.
Commissioner, would you like by? My old waiting skills coming to. Perfect. Hello, how's the sound? My name is Kalen McGee. I'm a facilitator, and I've had the pleasure of working with the local government working group focused on sea level rise. Members of this working group will be introducing themselves and speaking about the work of this group, so I'll just do a quick overview of the purpose of this group and of today's agenda. The local government workshop is a forum that has been going for a decade or more, though the meetings were not annual. We're actually working to make them an annual occurrence because it's an opportunity for local governments to speak directly to the commission on important issues. The last time that we met in person was in 2019 in San Luis Obispo, where after talking about a range of critical issues for local jurisdictions, the importance and the urgency of focusing on sea level rise and the challenges of incorporating sea level rise considerations into LCP, local coastal program updates, was seen as a priority, and so that became the focus and the impetus to convene this group. We spent 2020 agreeing on the focus and the protocols and outlining the issues. In 2021, we came up with statements regarding regional approaches to sea level rise, as well as the beginnings of an approach, strategies for a phased approach for LCP updates so that things could be done in doable chunks, technically speaking. This year, we're here to talk about our progress so far, to talk about experiences that local jurisdictions are having with LCP updates, to highlight the LCP grant program, and to also open discussions about the focus of this working group this year, next, and going forward. So last thing, as part of a general overview, the motto and the mantra of this group has been to wrestle with what is a built-in tension with the Coastal Commission, regulatory agencies, and local jurisdictions, which is providing for local flexibility that allows for local context, prioritization of local needs, while maintaining statewide consistency for protecting the coast. That's been the umbrella under which this group works. There is a natural tension there that makes for very difficult challenges, and that's why this working group is important and is effective. So for today, in just a moment, we will hear from 3 members of the working group about its work and their perspective on it. We want to speak with some of the commission staff about just highlighting the local coastal program grant program, which provides resources for jurisdictions to work on their LCPs and hopefully to utilize some of the tools that this working group is developing. Then we want to hear specific stories because so much of the important information comes in context. So we get to hear today, we're thankful to have representatives from Morro Bay and from the County of Santa Barbara to talk about recent experiences working to update LCPs. And then we have a brief amount of time set up to talk about next steps for this working group and its focus. For all of these, there has been an attempt to try to create brief presentations so that we can generate discussion. That's very much one of the goals of this forum, is to allow commissioners to ask this question. And then of course, we'll have public comment afterwards. So with that, I would like to turn to Commissioner Wilson, Supervisor Gibson, and Councilmember Eric Friedman, not necessarily in that order, from the City of Santa Barbara, to give an overview of the working group progress and where we are.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson, why don't you go?
Well, actually, I think our notes have it that Councilmember Friedman goes first.
All right,
So
well, there you have it.
he's gonna start us off. You ready? Rock.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and I want to thank Chair Brownsy and the Coastal Commission for having this local government work group. It's a great collaborative effort. And the local government Sea Level Rise Working Group was organized in 2020 as a direct action of the July 2019 Commission meeting and workshop. The membership includes 3 city reps from the League of Cities and 3 county reps from CSAC. And in addition, we have Coastal Commission staff, including Director Ainsworth, and participation and support from several city and county staff. We've met some of my fellow colleagues from the city, but I do specifically want to recognize some of our key staff that have been part of the Sea Level Rise Working Group, and that is Tyler Foltz from the City of Imperial Beach, Melissa Hetrick from the City of Santa Barbara, Matt Downing from the City of Pismo Beach, and our great asset, Derek Dolphy with the League of Cities. He's our legislative representative, and he does a lot of the work. And so I want to recognize our staff for making today and this working group possible. The working group is a collaborative effort that provides strategy and problem solving to improve the integration of sea level rise and considerations into local coastal planning programs. When I was going and just looking at the Coastal Act, I wanted to read something from the Coastal Act that I felt kind of summarized why we're here today. And it's in section 30001 for those who are watching. And it says that the legislature declares that the coastal zone is a distinct and valuable natural resource of vital and enduring interest to all people and exists as a delicately balanced ecosystem. And that's why we're here to address the complexities of planning and regulations in the coastal zone, for statewide consistency and local flexibility. And my colleague, Commissioner Harmon, knows I'm a big fan of quotes at the City Council. Sometimes I make people laugh and sometimes I make them groan, more of the groaning. But the legendary Vince Lombardi had a quote that I think kind of summarizes what we've been doing on the Coastal Commission, and it's individual commitment to a group effort. That is what makes a team work, a company work, society work, a civilization work. And when we're talking about the California coast, we're all working together to try to find common ground and protect the coast for future generations in line with the Coastal Act in all of our cities. So I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to the discussion today.
Madam Chair, I'll pick up the baton here and add my thanks to the commission, staff, and commissioners for taking time this morning. This is, as my make it, the 5th time we have convened local jurisdictions and the commission. It's been my pleasure to be involved in all of those meetings, and as a founding member, I guess you would say, of the working group that's been at it now for 3 years. We've come a long way. You know, as Kaylin indicated, our work efforts in 2020 were largely focused on the big principles. And as he indicated, the idea that came out of that is we are committed to local flexibility within a statewide policy consistency. That's really easy to say. It's much more challenging to achieve. And there's a lot of goodwill that's developed on this working group over the years. And in 2021, we took the next step, was to start outlining more about the specifics of what that would look like, what kinds of tools might be useful in achieving this lofty goal. And we're going to talk about 3 of the 4. We put forward at the end, and you will recall, put forward at the end of 21, some principles, some ideas that we want to work on going into the future. First of all is the idea that in updating LCPs, a phased approach would be useful. It's a huge thing that we're attempting here. It's happening over the scale of decades, which is a good thing, but it's happening relentlessly, and so we have to get going on it. So phasing the approach to updating LCPs for sea level rise. And secondly, the establishment of a concurrence in what we call an elevation process to help resolve the inevitable conflicts at an early stage. So we save time and hopefully save goodwill to resolve the issues early so that we can actually make progress on the things that make a difference. And feeding into that, we also, coastal staff in particular, supported by a group of great city and county staff, have come up with a compendium of the resources that let us know what's going on, models, data, different LCPs that have actually been accomplished. Our 4th item, which we won't really dwell on, but we might talk about as a future, is to take this on as a regional approach. While phased approach expands our approach to sea level rise in time, expanding to a more regional scale might help us also resolve some of these conflicts and actually make progress. So that's a future issue that we really want to talk about a lot. I should acknowledge my colleagues on the working group. As I said, I've been there since we started in 2019. Currently, I'm joined by Supervisor Carmen Ramirez of Ventura County, who can't be here today, thus Supervisor LaVere joining us. We have had great contributions from 2 other supervisors who are no longer active. Most recently, Linda Hopkins, Supervisor of Sonoma County, and before that, Supervisor John Leopold of Santa Cruz County. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention their efforts. It's been a pleasure to take this on. I feel like we have come a great distance with a great distance to go yet, and I look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Bruce, and I'll take over from here. Supervisor Mike Wilson, but also Coastal Commissioner. And I want to thank my partner in this adventure, Commissioner Groom. I want to say that, all the products and the documents and things that we've generated, at least up to now, have the endorsement of CSAC and the league and the commission. So it's really demonstrating that we've actually gotten to that place. It doesn't cover all of the subject matters that we have conflict about or disagreements, but it does definitely take a very significant step forward. I think that, and I believe that really sort of the greatest success that we've seen and moving in this process has been those discussions. I want to say when we started in when I got on in 2020, I'm going to say the first few conversations were not as they were rough. We went through we had some hard discussions, had to build a lot of trust. And so I think we've definitely made a lot of progress from that perspective. But the main thing is that the discussions we have, the products that we're putting forward are transferable. They're transferable to cities and counties and other jurisdictions with whom have to deal with this issue. They're transferable to our staff from the various regions as well. And those conversations have been deep, and they've definitely been very productive, and things are moving forward. There's going to be some harder stuff we're going to have to deal with in the future, for sure. But there's been just a lot of really great progress so far. I'm very happy with it. We're going to see more success, and also hopefully we're going to see more jurisdictions take advantage of the resources that not just the commission, but the state in general has available to move some of these things forward. Because this is not easy, as Supervisor Gibson mentioned. It's long-term and it's sustained. It's coming no matter what we do. So we've got to really figure this out. So with that, moving to Kaylin. Thanks.
Thank you very much. In our next session is building on what Commissioner Wilson just said. This working group is a thought leadership group that thinks about policy and some really complex questions, but the eventual consumers of this work are planners, are agency staff, are those that are working to do local planning and good local land use. And so with that, this is the second opportunity in recent months to highlight the LCP grant program and some of the tools of this group. So to do that, I'd like to acknowledge Kelsey Ducklow of the California Coastal Commission staff to talk about the grant program and the recent webinar we conducted geared at with an audience intended of local planners. I don't think that was English, but close enough. Kelsey, hello.
Good morning. Thanks, Kaylin. And Billy, I do have a presentation for this part of the item. And you can just go ahead and skip to slide 2 when you get it up. As Kaylin said, I'm going to be giving a brief overview of the LCP grant program and talking about a few of the working products from last year, just to sort of give a little bit of information about where we're going this year. All right, thanks. You can skip to slide 2. Thank you. So I'm going to start by giving a little bit of background about the LCP Local Assistance Grant Program. This program provides funds to support local governments in completing or updating local coastal programs consistent with the California Coastal Act and with a special emphasis on coastal resilience. Since 2013, the Coastal Commission has awarded almost $12 million through 7 grant rounds to 39 local jurisdictions. Now the Budget Act of 2021 appropriates $31 million to the Coastal Commission to be awarded to local governments and to support Coastal Commission staff administering the grant program. We have approximately $20 million remaining, and these new funds can be used to implement the tools developed by the local government working group that we're discussing today. Next slide. In October 2021, the Commission adopted an updated set of program priorities to better reflect the current state of coastal resiliency planning and to ensure an efficient use of funds. The program priorities are summarized on this slide. A newer priority specifically calls out the development of technical, economic, policy, or other analyses meant to assist in understanding, planning for, and adapting to climate change and sea level rise. Examples include general vulnerability assessments, studies to evaluate impacts based on new and evolving science, feasibility and design studies for nature-based adaptation or other specific strategies, and development of monitoring programs. Another new priority specifically relates to the development of regional, neighborhood, site, or asset-specific adaptation approaches, including phased adaptation. Next slide. Eligible grantees are local governments responsible for developing and amending LCPs. While local governments must be the primary applicant and grantee, they can share funding across jurisdictions or use funds to support relevant stakeholder groups. For example, funding could be shared with a community services district to assist in adaptation planning for a wastewater treatment facility, with community groups to support targeted outreach and engagement or planning to address environmental justice issues, or with other jurisdictions to support regional adaptation approaches. Eligible grant projects are those that are designed to assist local governments in preparing for climate change and sea level rise, and which contain an LCP planning component. This LCP planning component could include development of a new LCP, comprehensive LCP update, targeted LCP changes, or similar activities undertaken through a public works plan process. Next slide. To increase flexibility for local governments, the LCP grant program is now administered in two ways: a competitive grant program, which is the way the past 7 rounds of grants have been administered, and a new non-competitive rolling grant application process. The eligibility and program priorities are the same for both, but the non-competitive process allows for targeted grants of up to $100,000 on a rolling basis. Proposals for such grants can be submitted at any time. The priority for these grants is on more targeted projects which have a high likelihood of success over a shorter grant term, such as a single feasibility study with targeted LCP changes. The goal for this rolling process is to allow local jurisdictions to apply on a schedule that works for them and to either take some initial steps toward LCP updates or to follow up on past work based on evolving needs. Local jurisdictions can apply now for the non-competitive grants, and we recently opened the 8th round of competitive grant program with applications due on September 16th. Next slide. A few example projects are included on this slide to give you an idea of the types of work that the LCP grant funding could be used for. A lot of the projects we've funded in the past have included some combination of a vulnerability assessment, adaptation plan, and an LCP hazard section update, but there are many other possibilities. For example, a smaller non-competitive grant program could be used to update an LCP with some foundational baseline sea level rise policies of the type that I'll be discussing in just a moment. In other cases, a project could include the necessary technical or feasibility studies for implementing a specific strategy. For example, a feasibility or design study could look at if and how dune restoration, living shorelines, beach nourishment, or so on could be used in a specific location. Similarly, a project could build off of past work by developing a phased adaptation approach for a specific beach or neighborhood. Other ideas could include funding to support really good public outreach, particularly to engage visitors, EJ communities, groups with specific needs or priorities, or other groups who aren't typically engaged in these types of planning efforts. Lastly, we also want to note that this funding can be used to address other climate change resiliency planning goals, such as addressing wildfire, reducing GHG emissions, supporting smart growth, and so on. We encourage local governments to reach out to staff to discuss the needs and project ideas you have. Next slide. More information on the grant program and application forms for both the competitive and non-competitive grants can be found on the website shown here. And if you switch to the next slide, I'm going to be switching gears to talk a little bit about the working groups projects from last year. Next slide again. There are 4 key deliverables from 2021. These include a framework for a phased approach to LCP updates for sea level rise, a call for regional approaches to resiliency and adaptation, an elevation and concurrence process to support efficient LCP updates, and a quick links reference document, including resources for sea level rise planning and LCP updates. I'll go into a little bit more detail about the phased LCP updates framework and the coordination and elevation process, but I do want to note that the full report includes quite a bit more information and background detail than what I'll be discussing today. So I do encourage everyone to go look at that document, and that's available on our website with the link you see here. Next slide. One of the key efforts the team worked on was developing a framework for a phased approach to updating LCPs for sea level rise. Updating LCPs to reflect the changing climate is a complex process, and local governments are facing incredible challenges, including a lack of data and information about expected impacts, limited tools, lengthy planning processes, inadequate funding, and legal uncertainties that have delayed LCP planning efforts. The working group has agreed that a phased approach to LCP updates can help overcome some of these challenges. Key to this concept is a commitment to an approach that supports multiple, more regular, and smaller LCP updates, rather than one major comprehensive update that attempts to address the long-term horizon. Instead, the idea is to take small steps now to lay the foundation for additional updates in the future. Importantly, a phased approach applies to both the process of updating LCPs, in other words, committing to an initial update with future updates based on new information, changed conditions, and so on, as well as to the substance of the LCP policies themselves. So policy language that recognizes that strategies will change over time as conditions change and may be implemented in a phased way. Next slide. One of the key deliverables the team worked on related to this phased approach was a set of baseline policies related to sea level rise. As a first step in LCP planning for sea level rise, the working group agreed that local government should consider a first round LCP update that begins to incorporate foundational sea level rise hazard planning concepts and establishes a framework for their incorporation into the LCP. The 4 policy topic areas you see here, using best available science, incorporating risk disclosures and assumption of risk, developing and updating vulnerability assessments and adaptation plans, and identifying planning horizons and committing to phased updates, can lay a foundation for strong and proactive sea level rise planning and project development that can be built upon with future LCP updates. Example certified policy language from several recent LCP updates is included in the 2021 deliverable report. I also want to add here that a project to develop and adopt a set of baseline policies based on this approach would be a great candidate for an LCP grant, including especially those rolling grants. Next slide. Lastly, I want to touch on the elevation and concurrence process that was developed and agreed upon by the working group. As with the phased LCP updates framework, the overall goal of this effort was to develop coordination strategies to help the Commission and local governments move beyond some of the policy and other conflicts that can arise when updating LCPs, so that these obstacles don't derail planning efforts. The key goals of the coordination process are to promote communication, awareness, and understanding of priorities among Commission and local government staff, and to avoid delays due to miscommunication or policy disagreements. The working group developed some high-level strategies for both avoiding conflict as well as addressing any conflicts or delays that do arise. Additionally, the working group developed a coordination sequence that includes key milestones for when focused coordination is suggested. A schematic showing this sequence is shown on the right of this slide and is included in the report. Finally, the working group also developed a specific elevation process for if conflicts do arise. In general, work should be done at the staff-to-staff level to identify potential solutions consistent with the conflict avoidance and resolution strategies I just mentioned. However, elevating challenging issues based on the identified process can help ensure that conflicts don't lead to stopping or stalling the whole LCP update. As I mentioned before, there is a lot of additional detail on these topics in the 2021 report, so I encourage everyone to review that document. And with that, I will turn it back over to Kaylin. Thank you.
We've set up future sessions for opportunities discussion, but I just wanted to check now to see if commissioners have any comments or questions about these working products or about anything you've just heard about. Happy to take a comment or a question. Please, Mr. Spriggs.
Having been with the working group for so long, I think one of the...
Ed, do you mind introducing yourself?
I'm Ed Spriggs, council member, City of Imperial Beach, and also one of the founding local government members of the Sea Level Rise Working Group, along with Bruce Gibson. I think one big point that should be made here that really pulls all of this together is that we're here because of challenges local governments have in achieving LCP updates. There's a lot of challenges. A lot of them are being addressed and have been addressed by these documents. But the big picture is we would like to see, and this is one of the reasons for the phased approach, we would like to see every local government have an updated LCP that deals with the sea level rise challenge. In order to get there, we have to deal with the constraints that are getting in the way, and that's what this whole process and these documents and the grant program are intended to do. So the big picture is, if we can't get local governments through their various political and other processes to buy in, we're not going to have a unified approach to coastal management. in the state of California. So getting them involved, even if the bar is lower and the LCP is short-term and of limited scope, the community process, the engagement process, the political process, the technical process gets people involved where they wouldn't have been involved before. So we're very hopeful that the phased approach, the escalation opportunities, and the grant program will eliminate the constraints so that we get to the point where every community has an updated LCP. So I just wanted to sort of give that perspective as to what was underlying these efforts.
Thank you very much. Along those lines, we wanted to hear directly from jurisdictions, the good, the great, the bad, and the ugly, about updating LCPs and lessons learned along the way, because daylighting those challenges is one of the first steps in identifying some strategies for better approaches. So we're very thankful today that 2 jurisdictions were willing to step forward and talk about some of their recent experiences. We've got Scott Graham from the city of Morro Bay, and we've got planning director Lisa Plowman from the county of Santa Barbara to help introduce, to describe their experiences. And we've got Morro Bay listed first, so for no particular reason. So when you're ready, representatives of Morro Bay, thank you very much for your contributions to this meeting.
Thank you, Kaylin. Appreciate the opportunity to describe Morro Bay's experience in updating its LCP. Am I sharing? I mean, I have a presentation that I gave you guys. Are you guys putting it up, or am I doing that?
Our guys are putting it up.
Okay, thank you. We could.
I'm actually not seeing a presentation from.
Have you
Scott
sent it
Graham.
in to us, sir?
I sent it in yesterday and received confirmation that you received it.
Okay, give us a sec.
Okay.
Give us a second.
Okay.
While they're putting that up, Kaylin, what's Lisa's last name? Say it again.
Plowman.
Plowman? Okay.
P-L-O-W.
Oh, Plowman. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
We have it coming up right now.
All right, thank you.
There we go.
I was saying previously, I'm Scott Graham. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Morro Bay. And a presentation speaks to the city's update process for its local coastal program that we titled Plan Morro Bay. Can we have the next slide, please? All right, a little bit of history. All right, items we're going to cover is history of the LCP update process, some key policies, our coordination experience with coastal staff, some of the challenges we experienced, opportunities moving forward, next steps, and then obviously questions at the end. So next slide. All right, some of the history of Plan Morro Bay. The update process began in 2015, kind of what we called the plan for the plan. And ultimately resulting in adoption of our documents by the city in May of 2021. And then it was certified by the Coastal Commission unanimously, by the way, on August 12th of 2021. That was for the land use plan component. We had over 75 public meetings. That included meetings on both the land use plan portion and the implementation plan portion, which is paired with our zoning code. The city received 4 separate grants totaling $662,000. Total cost for the update effort was about just under $1.3 million. Next slide, please. So some of the key policies, that we implemented. One of the big issues related to working with coastal staff centered on managed retreat and our inability really to apply that in the harbor versus maybe the ability to apply it in elsewhere where we had beaches and north of the Rock. Plan Mora Bay was drafted around a framework of resiliency directly related to climate change and sea level rise. So we had shoreline protection policies that would allow the waterfronts to be maintained in the harbor, and then looked at managed retreat possibilities for areas outside the harbor, like I said previously. Next slide, please. So this is one of our sea level rise maps. It's kind of a little bit hard to see, but kind of in the upper left-hand corner of the slide there, this is sea level rise in the year 2100 at 5.5 feet, sort of the medium level of rise that you might experience. And we have a lot of infrastructure that's impacted, and some of our waterfront lease sites are overtopped at 5.5 feet. If you go to the next slide, this is sort of the worst case scenario. At 2100, that's H++ scenario, almost 10 feet of sea level rise. The entirety of the Embarcadero ends up being overtopped. So if we're looking at sea level rise, in between those two numbers, we need to start acting now to address raising infrastructure, raising the revetments, the bulkheads, those types of things in the waterfront, developing policies to make that happen, and developing triggers to address those types of things. So that's the type of policies that we've incorporated into our land use plan. Next slide, please. And speaking to the managed retreat portion, I'm going to go kind of a little bit of a non-sweat sequitur, but the city is not unfamiliar with the process. We started back in the early 2000s looking at opportunities to redevelop our wastewater treatment plant site, which basically sits down on the beach. It's that slide, it's that picture on the left. Original plan was to rebuild it in place and armor it. That location is actually in a tsunami inundation zone, a floodplain, and with current sea level rise information would be impacted by that as well. And we were unsuccessful in obtaining approval from that. And then we pivoted in the 2014 time range, started working closely with coastal staff on opportunities to move it off the beach. And I speak to the coastal staff piece of that because it plays into one of the slides later on in the presentation, where we speak to how we started interacting with coastal staff. We worked very closely with them on this project and this effort, which was very controversial for the community, as I would imagine most of you can imagine. And it fostered sort of the working relationship that played in the city's LCP update, and I think was helped that process along as well. As an update to our water reclamation facility project, we are very nearing the point where the location is we moved it about 3 miles off the beach, and it's that slide on the right in the picture there to the south end of town. We're about a couple months away from turning the switch and diverting our waste stream from the plant on the beach to the plant that's at the south end of town. That's kind of the phase 1 of that project. The water reclamation piece is trailing behind a bit by about 6 to 12 months due to some land use acquisition issues that we experienced, but we are moving forward with that. Next slide, please. Okay, back to areas where we weren't interested in doing managed retreat. And this created, significant discussions back and forth with coastal staff, because I think they were kind of putting forward a one-size-fits-all managed retreat philosophy that, we really couldn't accept in the area where the harbor was. And we had, a lot of discussions on this topic, kind of pointedly. My question to the coastal staff was, is the expectation that our harbor is going to go away? Because managed retreat would do that. And the expressions that I got back from coastal staff was, no, we don't expect that. And I said, well, we need to tailor policies, that are different from managed retreat in the bay, in the harbor. They were willing to work with us on that, and we did that. So we have policies that allow us to maintain the different types of revetment structures that we have in the bay, require us to, address infrastructure in those areas as well. And I think I have another slide on that. So let's go to the next slide, please. So some of the strategies that we came up to, again, alternatives to managed retreat in the harbor, was to maintain and improve existing shoreline protection. Again, that's the revetment, bulkheads, sheet piles, all of those types of things, and to allow us to put new ones in and maintain the ones that we have. Raise and upgrade utilities to address sea level rise. Again, improve the resiliency of our floating docks, and likely as when those come forward for repair and replacement, look at opportunities to make them more resilient to sea level rise. Elevating our storm drains is a big one, and then looking at an overall program to elevate all structures and infrastructure at least 5 feet, potentially more, depending on sea level rise scenarios. Then next slide, please. We do have some implementation actions in our LCP updates, and one of them is to develop a shoreline management and adaptation plan. And the idea is to address how and when we're going to do these repairs. What's the trigger? Do these get redone when these sites redevelop, or do we have to trigger the redevelopment and moving this infrastructure prior to that? So we need to develop a plan that inventories all of these items, infrastructure, and looks at the lease sites and their elevations to determine when they need to be moved or if they need to be moved. And to identify, again, all of the vulnerable infrastructure that is in the harbor, so we know what sort of task we have in front of us to address sea level rise. And then lastly, we have a implementation item that requires us to keep updating our community vulnerability analysis, just so we can keep tabs on climate change and what impacts it's having on the city, and to make sure we're right sizing our solutions to sea level rise. Next slide, please. So coordination with city staff. Our real effort began in 2016, 2017. We went up to the Central Coast office 3 times and met with coastal staff. They came down once and met with us here at City of Morro Bay. And we met with them on our baseline, our early documents, our foundational documents for the update. We reviewed our baseline assessment with them, our sea level rise study with them, our environmental sensitive habitats study, the vulnerability and resilience assessment, our low cost visitor serving accommodations document. And then we really sat down to go over what the format of the document would even look like. That was actually took quite a while to, kind of pin down. Coastal staff initially wasn't interested in us combining the 2 documents, because previously they were 2 separate documents that were mirrored, totaled about 1,100 pages, were mirrored in language, sort of, hard to use, really, quite frankly, they were terrible. And we weren't really interested in having 2 separate documents. Coastal staff agreed with us that we could combine them, and then we worked on what that combination would look like. And we worked with them again on our, foundational documents to make sure that we were looking at all of the things we were supposed to be looking at before we started putting together the draft general plan, local coastal land use plan document. Next slide, please. I think this early, coordination, consultation with coastal staff really bore fruit for us. It created buy-in and agreement on, again, the framework of what the update would look like, what the document would look like. I think it created more of a sense of teamwork between the Coastal Commission staff and city staff, meaning like we were kind of rowing in the same direction versus kind of at loggerheads or, arguing constantly. We didn't really argue much. We just sat down and worked through issues. And they were available frequently for us, basically with call or email. They would respond pretty quickly through the process. The process did take a long time, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more here in a minute. I think if we go to the next slide, that's probably the next topic. So challenges for the overall updated experience. While the grants were great and we couldn't have updated our LCP without them, The grants did, that funding opportunity didn't really, trickle down to coastal staffing. And so staff wasn't increased. And so this was just another burden on coastal staff that they had. And I think they were already sort of undermanned at the time anyway. So that was a difficult, thing to overcome. And then the turnover we experienced out of the Central Coast office for the frontline staff, we had 7 different staff members through the time of the update. Thankfully, the supervising planner that was there at the time, Kevin Kahn, was around for the entirety of our land use plan update, although he's no longer there now. So that helped a little bit, but it was constantly like sort of updating and in many regards, bringing those staff members up to speed with where we were at in our land use plan update. And that did create a lot of delay in the process. Although again, we had a good working relationship. It was just, I felt the frustration on the part of coastal staff, just, with the constant turnover that was happening. I would say, we probably put the plan down for about a year related to COVID and didn't work on it. Our lead consultant, Michael Baker International, sort of fell apart. We had 4 different project managers from them. Eventually we let them go and just took on project management, hired all the sub-consultants, and took the project through to the end ourselves. Next slide, please. Opportunities that came out of this, I think, again, we're updating our old general plan, land use policies, making them new, updating our zoning code and implementation plan. There's a paired document that we're in the process of the update here, getting ready to start the update hearings now on that internally at the city. We were able to I think the updated documents serve to streamline our permitting process, which is what our community's been asking for. I think the big, takeaway out of this was coastal staff willing to work with us on and differentiate the managed retreat versus what we were going to do in our harbor. That was a big win there. Our old LCP didn't really address that. And we were oftentimes working in the kind of gray areas of how we dealt with repair and maintenance of revetments in the harbor. And now we have it very specifically called out, which is fantastic. And then when I say an opportunity is, the difficulties that we had, with the staffing at the Coastal Commission. The commission should use this as an opportunity to really look at employee retention. That's, going through 7 planners, the time that we were going through the update is kind of crazy. I would strongly encourage the commission to really look at how they can retain employees and not have that turnover. I think that's probably key, to all of the update processes that are ongoing up and down the coast. And I think that would, bear a lot of fruit for them if they were to do that. I think that's probably a key thing to, for the success of the update, process moving forward. Next slide, please. Next step, like I said a minute ago, we are getting ready to start our adoption hearings for the city's zoning code and implementation plan. Our first meeting on the adoption hearing is going to be next Tuesday, so we're pretty excited about that. And I think that's the last one. I think the next slide is just questions. So thank you. Interesting.
Mr. Graham, thank you very much for your presentation. There is an opportunity. This session is one where we would like to make plenty of space for commissioners to ask questions. I'd like to suggest that we go to hear from the county of Santa Barbara now, and then leave plenty of room for discussion, unless there is a current question that someone would like to ask of Morro Bay, or an observation. Please, Commissioner Uranga.
Roberto Uranga, Commissioner, City of Long Beach. One of the most things that stood out to me in that process of the presentation that we just had right now was time. I think you started in 2016, and here we are in 2022. And I'm sure that there were some moments of frustration along the way in regards to getting the LCP done and updated and into effect. There was an issue apparently with retention, as it was mentioned, the changeover in staff, and a lot of people having touched the project itself. So my question would be more like, what do you think that we could do to ameliorate that in terms of cutting the time frame from having 6 years? Of course, we had COVID in between, so that is an anomaly to a great extent. But what do you think we can do on our part to maybe shorten that process?
I do think it was frustrating, the turnover of staff, and it wasn't. And the staff that was there that we worked with was honestly, most of them were fantastic to work with. They were all very open to talking with us. They just weren't up to date on things, and so we constantly had to kind of bring them up to the status of where we were at. And then sometimes they weren't understanding what we were talking about, and they'd have to go talk to supervisors, and that created a kind of a back and forth and a long drawn out process. I would say between our main consultant kind of falling apart and the constant transition in coastal staffing, that probably added another year and a half to the process. I do think Coastal Commission should really, like I said at the end of the presentation, consider going through and evaluating and coming up with their employee retention program, evaluating why employees are leaving. I mean, any company that experiences that type of turnover would do that. Like if the city of Morro Bay was experiencing that type of turnover, we would do that analysis. And I strongly encourage the commission to do that. You need to, I mean, whether there's a culture issue, whether it's pay, whatever it is, you need to figure out what that is and solve that problem, because we did experience significant delays in the process because of that. And I think that we're not going to be alone there. I think folks that follow behind us, if they're experiencing that level of turnover at other Coastal Commission offices, they're going to experience those same issues.
Chair Brownsy.
Thank you. Mr. Graham, we have done that analysis, and we are well aware of what our problem is.
Oh.
We are incredibly undernourished as an agency, okay?
Yeah.
And the biggest issues for staff retention are our low salaries and our workload and our overall budget. So remember, when the Coastal Commission started, we had pretty narrowly defined responsibilities. Those responsibilities have grown exponentially due to climate. So now our staff not only deals with permits and PWPs and appeals and, yada, yada, right? But they also are required to look at the impacts of sea level rise, environmental impacts, be up to date in terms of the emerging science. We have explosive infrastructure projects happening, one of which is in your neighborhood, which is the wind energy project.
Yeah.
Those take months of meetings with all the stakeholders like Department of Energy, US Department of Energy, the California Energy Commission, Fish and Wildlife, us, the Coast Guard, National Marine Fisheries, the Corps of Engineers, and I could go on and on and on. So really, we know what the problem is. I think this is an opportunity really because of the extraordinary result of your process for all of us together, everybody here, the Coastal Commission, League of Cities and CSAC, to go to the governor's office and the Department of Finance and ask for more money. So because the thing that we want to do is to be your technical resource and to work closely with our local government partners. And you described a really successful process. I remember when Morro Bay came before us in terms of the LCP update. I was thrilled because it had all the important elements that we have been hoping to see in local government updates, because you really took the mandate seriously in the fact that there was extensive public education and consultation, 75 meetings, okay? 2, you didn't shy away from difficult issues. You looked at where do we need to really plan. Here we have our harbor, here we have, our waste treatment facility, which needs to be moved. So let's not ignore that, let's embrace that. So the elements of your plan really, I think, were an extraordinary template, for signaling to other local governments, look, you can do it. Because remember, you were at the beginning of the arc of this process. now we're on a learning curve. We have established a template for a lot of the local governments to really take a look at. And the thing that really excited me the most about your LCP update was the fact that I felt like you embraced adaptation in order to ensure a resilient coastal community. And I mean, that's what we really are looking for, because we want this planning process, this in community engagement, this relationship between the Coastal Commission and our local government partners to accomplish those things. And so I really looked at Morro Bay as a fantastic example of that. So I hear what you're saying about staffing. I hope you'll join us. We have, all I'm going to say is I've become a professional beggar to the legislature and to the governor's office for more resources for this agency, along with a number of my colleagues on this commission. We are constantly having that discussion. And I think if we had it with you, with our local government partners, I think they would listen. So that really brings me to my last point, which is I really, really think that this collaboration is extraordinary, and that we need to bring this discussion, all of us, to OPC, to the California Resources Agency, and to the governor's office, so that we can plead that case together. And I think that would be incredibly impactful. So with that, we're well aware of our employee retention
I'm sure.
challenges.
Please.
Thank you, Chair Brownsie. Just a couple of questions. And first, I have to associate myself entirely with the comments of Chair Brownsie in every way. Particularly, we do need to be able to pay our staff for the incredible and imperative work that they do. So very much seconding that. And also my excitement about this process and the Morro Bay process in particular. But I had a couple of questions about how the process evolved. First, in connection with the harbor and the flexibility with regard to the adaptation there. You know, often, particularly in local government spheres, we hear a lot about how inflexible some of these particular decision points are, and how, you know, and I think probably even in this hearing today, we'll hear about some experiences where there was a sense of inflexibility with regard to particular elements. So I'm curious how you entered that room with regard to the harbor. Did you know that it was going to be, you know, this was a hard stop for you guys, you know, this point was going to be negotiated, or we were leaving the room? How, can you just tell us a little bit more about that process and how that evolved for you all? Because I think, you know, while we can say, you know, this framework is ideal, this is how all cities should be moving forward, there's still a sense, particularly in local governments, that we may have a framework, but that framework doesn't necessarily contemplate the fact that we have these particular things that as a community we cannot negotiate on, or we cannot meet this inflexible standard. So that's a long way of asking, can you just tell us a little bit more about how that process evolved for you all in that room?
Sure. I'll give you a little bit of my background. I've been a coastal planner for 24 years. So I have a long and ongoing working relationship with Coastal Commission and its staff. So I know the folks that we're dealing with. I know the folks in the Central Coast office well. And so I think there's, you know, some respect there. When we got sort of the initial feedback from staff on sort of the managed retreat policies they were looking for us to include, you know, red flag immediately went up, because I said, well, this isn't going to work for the harbor. And there wasn't even a whole lot of pushback when I sat down and asked the question. I said, you gave us some of this, you know, potential language that we could use, and it doesn't accommodate for the fact that the harbor is there. And is it your intent that the harbor is going to go away? I mean, if that's the intent, I think we're going to have a problem. But I would hope that that's not your intent. And coastal staff said, no, that's not our intent. And I said, well, how do we merge the idea that we're going to keep the harbor with managed retreat? They don't really go together. I mean, we have to come up with something that allows us to address sea level rise impacts because we have infrastructure, we have lease sites that aren't high enough to survive sea level rise of more than a few feet. And so we need to come up with policies that really say, hey, what are we going to do here? When are we going to do it? And so that's what we set to work on. I think coastal staff initially kind of went back, they, sort of met on it, talked about it, and agreed that, okay, we can do that. And then they came back and sat down with us and said, okay, let's start the conversation. And then we really did kind of roll up our sleeves and start working through concepts and ideas. I think there initially was some other jurisdictions that were looking at similar things. And so we were given some ideas about language that we could use. And then we worked with our consultants and again, coastal staff to kind of, it was a real iterative process, but come up with, we needed to clearly delineate things that were going to be happening outside of the harbor and how we were going to do managed retreat there. And so we made sure it was clear in our documents that if you were dealing with areas that are inside the harbor, you're looking at land use policies, it's in 8.7. And if you're dealing with stuff that's outside of that area, regular managed retreat, then you're looking at implementation plan, one of our chapters in that document. So we clearly differentiated them. We have cross references in each document that say you look here for one, there for the other. And then we just worked through what those policies would say. And eventually we came out with something that we were all willing, that we all could live with. And that's what you ended up seeing when we came to you August of last year for certification.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And it does seem in some ways that like in this one particular area, time was actually the thing that allowed this to be successful. The fact that you had the opportunity and the relationships to have that iterative process is what got us to the good result. That's very good to know. My second and final question is, I'm just curious how, so much of what is in this plan and you described clearly is going to require significant investment from your community. How have you navigated that community conversation, putting forward this plan with the recognition in the community that much of it may be unfunded or will come at significant expense, financial investment to your community? Have you had pushback from that from constituents, and how did you navigate that as you moved through this process and gotten it through to adoption?
We did. We have on the waterfront, we have an Embarcadero master leaseholders group. We spent a significant amount of time going back and forth with them because they hold the leases down there and they're the ones that are going to be responsible for making the upgrades to their lease sites. City has infrastructure down there. The city is going to be responsible for upgrading some of the infrastructure down there. And so part of our job is to the stuff that the city is responsible for, putting it into our capital projects process, identifying funding sources, to do those things, identifying when we're going to do them. The conversations we had with the master leaseholder folks was, potentially what we'll be looking at is as your lease sites redevelop, we'll be having you address these issues. We're going to do a plan. It's actually an implementation piece of the city's general plan, local coastal land use plan. It says that, we're going to develop that plan. We're going to do the survey of all of the infrastructure. We're going to identify where it all is, what needs to be changed, what are the triggers as it relates to as sea level rises, when do we need to start making these changes? And we're going to come back and work with them on that plan so they'll know, what the expectation is of them. They agreed with that. They said as long as we're willing to, work with them through that process, that they were okay with it and they wouldn't come out in mass when we tried to come forward and either to city council and or the commission to get the document adopted and speak out against it. And I think that's largely what happened. So.
Please.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I'm from Pacifica, and I was very curious to hear that you moved the LCP program and the general plan forward together. And I'm curious to know how Morro Bay is situated in terms of what's in the coastal zone, what's not. Is all of it in the coastal zone? And also the general size of your population.
Our population is about 10,700 as of the latest census, and we're like 98% in the coastal zone, which is why it made sense.
And in the spirit of recent questions, the updating of the land use plan and the codes, does that have anything to do with the timeline that you mentioned? And is there anything to be done about that?
I didn't hear that, Caitlin. What was that?
As you work to update the land use plan and some of the codes at the same time that you were working on the LCP update, did that have anything to do with the timeline? And is there anything to be done about that?
So that's a fair question. You know, I mean, you talked earlier about doing a phased approach. You know, Morro Bay took the exact opposite approach to that. We had a council that was interested in getting it done, and they wanted us to kind of strike while the iron was hot, I think, politically. And so we started off the general plan, local coastal land use plan piece, and then following behind it by about 9 months was the zoning code update with the implementation plan in it. So that's why you're seeing we're done with the land use plan portion of it, and the implementation plan's coming back now a little over a year later. But that's why the difference in the two documents moving forward and how they were tracking. But it was because, you know, council at the time, really the mayor, was really interested in having us update these documents. They were old. He knew they were old, outdated. He was a former planning commissioner, so he knew what kind of state they were in and knew they needed to be updated to, you know, really move us forward. And so that's why we were doing it all at the same time. It was more than a heavy lift. It was kind of crazy to do it all together, but here we are, and we were successful in, you know, phase 1 of the Plan Morro Bay, and I anticipate we'll be successful with the second part of it. We've had, you know, a good working relationship with coastal staff on it. We've kind of, you know, finished the last couple of pieces, which is dealing with affordable accommodations, and yeah, I think we're ready to go, which is why we're holding adoption hearings now. So, but yeah, I would say overall, doing all of it at one time with the small staff that we have, yeah, I mean, that probably, you know, sort of led into some of the delays we experienced, because you can only work on one thing at a time. It's hard to work on two big update, you know, long-term planning efforts at one time. So
Thank you for that. Commissioners, please, Chair Brownsie.
I just really want to thank Mr. Graham. I just thought that was an excellent presentation, and really, really appreciate your you know, openness and the answering of all the questions. I mean, I can't tell you how helpful that your presentation has been. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And with that, I think let's turn to our second presentation from the County of Santa Barbara. Director Plowman, when you're ready, and we'll let you know when we've got your presentation up.
Thank you. I did want to let you know that I also have Dan Clement, who's our deputy director that oversaw this process. He's in your audience, and he's available to answer questions too, because he's intimately involved in the process. So yes, first I wanted to say thank you to Jack Ainsworth for inviting us to this meeting. I think it's very beneficial that we are having this conversation now, in hopes that we can sort of avoid these types of things in the future. We have a different story than Morro Bay, and I'll be talking about that today. Next slide. So in our presentation today, I'm going to be covering the background on our sea level rise LCPA process, the modifications that we went back and forth with on the staff, lessons learned, and our perspectives about some of the things that transpired over that time, next steps, and then we'll be available for some questions. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we spent quite a number of years, as Morro Bay did, in the development of the sea level rise LCPA. So from 2014 to 2018, we spent that time developing the vulnerability assessment and our sea level rise policies and programs. The Coastal Commission staff administered the Coastal Conservancy grant that was we received for the vulnerability assessment, which was very helpful. We had I would say a fairly close working relationship between our planners, our consultants, and Coastal Commission staff, and then we had an advisory group throughout that process. So we did follow a process of collaboration from the very beginning back in 2014. We had a number of public outreach meetings between our hearings and our public meetings. We had about 20. And then we had also 6 stakeholder meetings during that time frame. And those included, you know, meeting with various nonprofits and homeowners groups, and we had a public workshop on the coast, et cetera. And then once that process completed, our board approved the Sea Level Rise LCPA in December of 2018. Next slide. So we submitted to get the Sea Level Rise LCPA through the Coastal Commission process, and we had expected that it would probably go fairly smoothly, I think, because we had had such a high level of coordination from early on in the process. We did run into some challenges, and we couldn't quite come to agreement on the modifications that were being suggested by Coastal Commission staff. And we also were having some issues regarding our workload in the department. And so because we couldn't come to agreement in June 2021, our board ended up having to move resources to another work program because it was taking so long. Then in August of 2021, Coastal Commission staff indicated that we either had to have the LCPA certified or we would have to withdraw by September. And because we were far apart on, I think, about 6 modifications that we felt were really important, we ended up withdrawing the application in September before the hearing. And, you know, that's not something I think we were eager to do, but we really felt that some of the points of disagreement were really important for our community, and we wanted to have those resolved before the Coastal Commission took action. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about where we had sticking points, and those are some of the modifications that were requested by Coastal Commission staff. Next slide. So the staff had recommended about 20, and they were multi-part modifications to the adopted amendment. Right off the bat, we had supported 4 of those mods without further revision, and then 16 of them required revisions. And we worked closely back and forth with staff over that time. And we did come to agreement on a number of them, but there were 6 general areas of disagreement that involved 12 different modifications, but those were the sticking points that we couldn't come to agreement on that resulted in us withdrawing our application. Next slide, please. So some of the suggested modifications I'm going to go through, these are for 11 and 13, and they relate to the Public Resources Code section 30235 that talks about existing structures and that are subject to shoreline protection. And Coastal Commission staff wanted to define only development that existed prior to January 1, 1977. And that had not been the way we had been implementing that section of the Public Resources Code for many, many years. And so that was kind of a new approach to us. And our board had adopted the LCPA with a new standard saying development that existed at the time of the effective date of this sea level rise document. And so we really could not come to agreement on that. And that probably is a higher level discussion. But, you know, Coastal Commission staff did make an effort to try and come up with a compromise. And one of them was to not define that in our LCPA. But we felt that that would be problematic for the people in our community and in trying to process any permits through the county and then ultimately Coastal Commission, because you might have varying approaches, and we don't think that's the best way to move forward. Next slide, please. The next modification where we had trouble was regarding shoreline protection for new structures or redevelopment. And Coastal Commission staff wanted to require future property owners to waive rights to shoreline protection in the event we did see some events that impacted these structures. And we felt that that would foreclose protection options that are made available specifically as part of that Public Resources Code. And so we wanted maximum flexibility with respect to protecting existing structures along the coastline. Next slide, please. Coastal Commission staff also wanted to require a reassessment of coastal development permits that had shoreline protection every 20 years. And our process, our coastal development permits do not have time limits. And we felt that that would sort of be a very, very challenging process for us to be trying to monitor these things and come back and review them in 20 years. We believe that the CDP should remain valid until the shoreline protection structures are not effective or obsolete, or there are other challenges that are faced by that particular property owner. But administering a review of CDPs as they age is really particularly challenging, I think, for a local agency, and I would not recommend that. Next slide, please. The next modifications had to do with a mandatory minimum bluff edge setback of 25 feet. And we weren't really sure where this 25 feet measurement came from when we were working with staff in the process. And our approach is, that it didn't really have a basis in science based on the information we had received or engineering of a particular site. And our practice has been that we would establish setbacks based on site-specific geologic or engineering studies that are subject to our building officials' review and approval. And if we had accepted this new minimum setback, it would have created hundreds of non-conforming structures in our community. And this was a late hit, right? We would have had no opportunity to really work with the community on this. And so we couldn't accept this without some further discussion and resolution on this. Next slide. So in terms of best available science, so Coastal Commission staff wanted to use best available science as determined by the Coastal Commission, and they suggested that that be used without amending the LCPA. And I want to reiterate that the county is in favor of using best available science. There's no question about that. But what we don't want is a situation where the Coastal Commission makes a determination or the staff is using a particular standard without having the local agency or our board weigh in on that and endorse it through an LCPA process. And maybe there's some type of expedited process that could be developed, but we think it's really important that decision makers of a jurisdiction have an opportunity to review that, the best available science standard, and then incorporate it into their program, local coastal program. Next slide, please. With respect to the next modifications where we had challenge, this was Coastal Commission staff wanted us to require removal, relocation, or modification of development and or augmented shoreline protection. And we really felt like that this requirement would limit future options for property owners if there were sea level rise impacts that we hadn't anticipated. And because this is a really unknown set of circumstances, we really don't know exactly what's going to transpire. We want to be able to be flexible and deal with these unknown future events. And we thought that this modification would remove that flexibility for us to work with local property owners. Next slide, please. So I wanted to move on to the lessons learned. And I think that the next slide, please. So I think with respect to the disagreement about how one defines existing development, that seems to me maybe that's a legislative fix that needs to occur, or there'll be a decision made by a court at some point about that. But it is really challenging when a local agency has a particular standard in its LCP, and then the Coastal Commission is using a different standard. Obviously, that creates a very unpredictable process for everybody. There's also discussion about using guidelines I know there's a lot of effort being made at the state level, and certainly with the Coastal Commission to develop administrative guidelines, but there are problems with that approach as well, because it's depending on who's implementing those guidelines, there'll be different interpretations, and whether or not those are treated like law or treated like guidelines. So there's varying approaches, and that can lead to conflict. The other issue and topic that we've been discussing is whether or not there would be a sequential approach to amending the local coastal programs. And, that does avoid this all or nothing approach that we have found ourselves in, but it involves a lot of work and is quite expensive. And so you'd be constantly amending your program. And that's difficult for agencies to be able to manage, because we have a lot of other responsibilities with respect to our general plan and long range planning work. And so it sort of becomes untenable to be in a constant state of amendment. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk a little bit about sea level rise data. I think, when we got into the process, we had identified a moderate sea level rise scenario. And when we took that to the board, they had decided that they wanted to be more conservative than that. And they selected the high sea level rise scenario that had been analyzed as part of our process. When we got into negotiations with staff, they were requesting an even more conservative sea level rise scenario. And when we looked at the data, we had found that the sea level rise that had actually occurred over the times that we had been working through this process really more or less mirrored the moderate sea level rise scenario that we had identified originally, that had been changed by our Board of Supervisors. So we felt that the more conservative approach that the Coastal Commission staff was requesting would apply stricter requirements that might be necessary, or and would preclude development in the future that could be feasible. And I think it's our responsibility as a local government to make sure that we allow for reasonable development of property while ensuring safety. And we really believed that the high sea level rise scenario adopted or approved by our board was the appropriate standard to be using at this time. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, so I should say that, next slide, please. I should say that I really appreciate Jack Ainsworth's effort. He has met with myself and some members of our board to try and work through some of the sticky issues that we are still facing. And we're going to continue negotiating with Coastal Commission staff. We will most likely apply for one of the non-competitive grants so that we can fund the additional work on this, because we certainly, believe that this is an important topic. This is obviously very critical to the coastline all along, worldwide. But, we are committed to having change implemented through our processes and making sure that we are attentive to the changes that are happening in climate and the impacts that's going to have on property and the community. So we're using existing administrative guidelines for the critical infrastructure. We're going to continue to inform the county's customers, our applicants of the county and the Coastal Commission standards. And we are currently in the process of updating our safety element, which is county-wide. So many of you know that a bulk of our community is outside the coastal zone, and we're working on our adaptation plan now. An option for the county is to adopt some of these sea level rise policies within our safety element to make sure that we can get those implemented while we're working with the Coastal Commission staff. But we're committed to working together to try and find a solution. But we want to make sure that, when we start a process, that the ball doesn't move, and I know with sea level rise, it's kind of an ever-changing science. But I think, to me, the biggest concern I have about the process that the county went through and is that we started in this collaborative effort and felt like we were working together sort of in I wouldn't say lockstep, but we were sharing information back and forth as we developed our plan. And then when we got to the point where we were submitting it to Coastal Commission staff and trying to get through the process, it felt like things were changing on us. And I think that to me is one of the critical problems. And then, you know, so I'm supportive of the efforts that this working group is making so that we can coordinate more and try and resolve those issues so we don't run into a situation where somebody's withdrawing their application. That's certainly not something we relished. And it was sort of a last resort effort on our part to make sure that whatever gets adopted in our community is something that our board supports. And I think that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Clement is available for questions as well.
A quick note on time. We have time protected later for public comment. And if you have an agenda in front of you, session 5 and the break that follows can be compressed. Given the contribution of our presenters, I want to make space now for as much discussion as you would like and questions. And don't worry about the timing. We've got room to squeeze the following sessions. So with that, I see at least one hand ready for comment and discussion. I see 2 as well. I'll try to keep a queue, but if I mess it up, please help me. Please, Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Director Plowman and Mr. Clement. I mean, I being from Santa Barbara, obviously just have to jump in and say first that I really appreciate the work of our county staff and Coastal Commission staff as well. That goes maybe without saying up here, but I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge, I know how committed you are and were to this process. And I think one of the things that's really difficult for me in hearing this presentation is I know how much our community cares about resilience and adaptation. I mean, perhaps more than, I mean, I'm biased, but I'll just go ahead and say it. More than anywhere else in the state, this is a priority for our community. It is critical to who we are as Santa Barbarans, members of the broader Santa Barbara community, even those of us who don't live in the coastal zone. So to be in this position, to have had to withdraw, I know was a disappointment, certainly to our staff our Coastal Commission staff who had spent so long, to our county staff who are committed to this and who believe in it, by the way. It's not just work for them, it's a passion, it's part of their core. And for the residents as well, we didn't want to be in this position. It was extremely difficult, and I think safe to say an emotional one for a lot of us, and you could hear that, I think, in Director Plowman's presentation. So I did just want to acknowledge the challenge of this moment, and also to say, you know, I believe our county staff put their full selves in this process, and it was not for lack of commitment to getting it done. And I know those of us on the commission, when this was pulled, you know, there was a sense of real disappointment as well amongst commissioners. But I did want to say to all of you in the public watching that I believe it was absolutely a last resort, and the commitment on the part of our county staff and the folks at the supervisors level who were really, really excited about getting this done, the commitment is there. It's a matter of figuring out how we get past that to a product that's workable for the broader community. So with that said, getting to my question for Director Plowman, is this really just a matter of time? Time seems to be a theme in these presentations. Is it that there was not enough time to get from these points of disagreement to some kind of negotiated result? Would more time have gotten you to a place where we could all be celebrating as we did with Morro Bay? Or is this sort of disagreement or this sense that we're far apart, do you see that as really intractable and you're looking for some different sort of solution? Because what I'm trying to figure out is, how do we get us to that point of celebration? And I'm not sure that I'm hearing a solution other than maybe more time, maybe some effort at repairing relationships, maybe getting commissioners in that room. Do you have any thoughts about how we get from where we are now to where Morro Bay is?
That's an excellent question. And Commissioner Harmon, I really appreciate your remarks about Santa Barbara's commitment to adaptation planning and making sure that we will protect our community, because that's, you hit it nail on the head. We are very committed, and it was a great disappointment to end up where we did. It's really hard to say. I mean, sure, maybe some more time would have resulted in us being able to bring different folks into the process. So that's possible. I think local governments run out of time with respect to their work programs. So it's kind of a balance, right? You know, we can't take forever to have these LCPAs get through the process, because we have a lot of other work that we have to get to. I don't know whether it's some kind of change in the way we're working together that would be helpful. I mean, I certainly think that early coordination is the right way to go, and I think we did that in this particular case. But we did come to a point where we just couldn't come to agreement on a couple of those modifications, which was really unfortunate. So maybe there's some type of process that when you get to that point, there is a set, you know, whether it's we involve some members of the commission and Jack Ainsworth in that process. I think there's got to be something that we think the next level that we can get to when we get to those loggerheads. And so I think once staff and local agency staff get to that point, we have to have another place to go that we feel like we can be heard and that we can openly discuss the challenges that we're having. And I think maybe it is members of the commission being part of that discussion. I like that suggestion.
Commissioners Hart and Bochco both would like in.
Thank you so much. I do want to associate myself with the comments of Commissioner Harmon, and particularly her gratitude to city staff, county staff, and to our staff for all the work that went into this. And also with her statements regarding the great disappointment that we all felt to see the LCP amendment fall apart as it was coming to the commission. You know, I grew up near Santa Barbara in the San Ynez Valley, and I love Santa Barbara so much, and I spent so much time on the beaches there and still do. And the coast there is so critical to the whole future of Santa Barbara, their natural resource protection, but their whole environmental stability. And so adopting an LCP that really addresses sea level rise, it seems to me, is just absolutely, should be the highest priority. When I heard the presentation here today, it just struck me that the issues that Santa Barbara is disagreeing with are unfortunately standards that we apply throughout the state. And it's very hard or almost impossible to negotiate for one community, for example, setbacks or existing structure rules that are different from everyone else. It's just not going to happen. I mean, those are things that just can't happen because legally they're just contrary to the laws, Coastal Act. So I just found in listening to the presentation over and over again, I thought, well, that's not something that is really negotiable. Well, that's not something that's really negotiable. I mean, with the existing structures topic, for example, it seems to me that's going to be resolved in the courts. And I would be curious if Mr. Ainsworth could respond to that.
Yes, and through the chair. Yes, it's just a matter of just a few years, I think, before this questions can be resolved because of two issues. One, there are cases working through the courts right now that specifically address the issue of the date of what is the definition of the date of existing development. The other is that there is a regulation change that has been proposed that's moving forward to the Office of Administrative Law that would define the date of existing development as of 1977. But that has to go through a whole administrative process, public process, to solicit input from all the public and local governments and everyone. So that's far from over at this point. But these are questions that I think are going to be resolved. And the other thing is that, I've always viewed this particular issue as a bit of a tempest in a teapot because it's something that we can get beyond. One, because we know we're going to have an answer in a few years. Let's just remain silent on that for now, move forward with the other issues. And one thing I just want to state, I really appreciate that Director Plowman has come to really, illustrate these are this type of issues we would deal with all the time with local governments. And I really appreciate her bravery to come here and to criticize and criticism in a way that's, trying to be productive. I think we are closer with Santa Barbara than what appears here. I mean, a lot of this is just a lot of hard work, give and take. And one of the things is the elevation process that we have outlined is what's really critical here as we elevate it up to management and even possibly to a subcommittee of county supervisors and commissioners to help bridge some of that gap and be really creative, because it is a process in the end in a partnership. It is give and take and compromise. That's what our democracy is based on, and that's how we will make progress.
Great, thank you so much. And I really appreciate that. And I hold out a lot of hope that, of course, things will get resolved. They have to get resolved. And one of the big reasons why they have to get resolved is that future funding will depend on it for the local communities. For example, Senator Allen's bill on the revolving sea level rise revolving fund is working its way through. It was vetoed last round, but I'm very hopeful that this time, given everything that's going on with sea level rise in the state, that it will make it through and be signed by the governor. Only communities that have adopted LCPs that address sea level rise are eligible for the very critical funding. That's just one example of many why I really would love to see Santa Barbara moving forward and adopting their LCP. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Listening to the presentation from Santa Barbara and of course my colleague Commissioner Harmon, it was indeed a really big disappointment for the commission when we heard that the item had been pulled by the county, because we were aware of certain issues, and there are issues that aren't only problematic in that one place, but that have been coming up often and often, more often, but some of them had been resolved in other places. So we were pretty hopeful that we could resolve these. And so by not having the hearing on the matter, rather than just pulling it away, there wasn't that second step, which would be the involvement of the commission in what staff and the county staff had been disagreeing on. So personally, I felt that part of it was a mistake, only in that you would have heard more opinions and either, in favor or not from the body that would either approve it or not approve it. So that was a disappointment. But I also think, that there's a whole bunch of lawyers, sitting around this table, I being one. And what we do is negotiate, right? That's our job. That's what we always do. And there's never a right or the wrong, ever. The law is never black and white. It is the law. And we're both, all of us are here to say, well, I interpret it this way. Well, I interpret it that way. And that's the nature of our democracy. So what I would suggest is that we get back in the room with staff and Santa Barbara, every single thing you agree on, which I'm sure is a very, very long list, you just put it on the side. And then here are the few things that we don't agree on. Very essential, very important. In some cases, we feel it would be detrimental to us to detract from that stance. Obviously, you have your reasons to feel it would be detrimental for you to detract. But once you kind of narrow that down, it seems to me, whether it be coming to the commission, whether it be, some kind of an arbitration format where all of the both of the parties' difficulties could be laid out, right? It's like, well, if I agree to the setback of 25 feet, I have a whole bunch of constituents who are not going to be able to build their house. Okay, and then on the other side, the arbitrator will hear why 25 feet is of essence to us. So I'm just suggesting there could be another step, and it doesn't have to be us per se. I do think it would be advantageous for the commission to hear it first. And then if that didn't end in something you could accept, perhaps there is another step. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bochco. I just want to associate myself with the statements made by Commissioners Harmon, Hart, and Bochco, and just say a couple things. How important it is for folks to understand how important it is to get these LCPA sea level rise updates, because we are in a surplus situation now. That is not going to be true in several years, because that's just the way, as you all know, revenue cycles work. But right now, the State Coastal Conservancy has $350 million for climate, especially, I should say, coastal resiliency projects. But you have to have a sea level rise component to your LCPA to get them. So I just can't encourage, I'm kind of proselytizing up and down the state about that. So I really just want to state, and not only with the revolving fund through the controller's office, the resources are there now, and I hope they grow, but I just want to say they're there now. And then just two more quick points, because I can't help myself. One is a number of those mods and I want to thank you, Ms. Plowman. Thank you for that excellent presentation, and it was so clear and direct. It was so helpful. But I can't help myself in that many of those mods that you were unable or unwilling to accept are standard conditions in every single permit the Coastal Commission approves. So I'm sure you know that, but I just felt like I had to say it. The second thing is, because I'm one of the many lawyers on the commission, if it is absolute bedrock baseline legislative statutory interpretation that the changes in the laws are at the effective date of the law going forward. So this idea about the date, January 1, 1977, isn't radical or bizarre. It's basic legislative statutory law. So anyway, with that, I want to really thank you, and I know we have a break coming up, unless there's more people who would like to speak.
Please, Mayor Wagi.
I just had a comment on one of the issues, which was the issue of what level of sea level rise to plan for, and that was one thing our working group tried to address with, in fact, Scott Graham mentioned it too, that we have the concept of thresholds and triggers. We put in policies that if the sea level rises a certain amount, would trigger certain policies to go into effect. And I think that was one thing we're trying to resolve, is there's a range of outcomes from the Ocean Protection Council, what to expect. And this is a way of addressing that kind of, what do we really plan for? Well, you plan for a range, but then you put policies into effect that say, when we reach a certain threshold, we'll trigger these policies. Thank you. By the way, Ed Wagi, Mayor of the City of Pismo Beach.
And that's an excellent point. And just a note to all the local government folks, they're going to update those OPC sea level rise standards next year. So I hope there'll be lots of participation from the local governments in terms of bringing your experience, and then they'll have the science, and then it'll all get worked out. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I was wondering if I could just reflect on some of the comments that I heard from the commission for 1 minute.
That seems really fair to me.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the commission's comments, and I agree that some of the points of conflict that we have are really tricky, and agree that what Mr. Ainsworth said, that some of these things are going to be worked out outside of our process, which I think will be beneficial for all of us. In terms of what Commissioner Bochco said about the process, I I like the idea of having a place to go where we might have a subcommittee of board members or decision makers from a local agency and a couple of commissioners when we get to a point like this. I really felt, and I think our CEO at the county felt like if we entered into the hearing process, that process, the way the hearings function, it's very hard to have a discussion like we're having today about these points of disagreement and have a meaningful solution worked out, I think. So I think a pre-subcommittee group would be really, really useful into trying to resolve those issues. I mean, we're committed to resolving them. We are, and we will figure out a way. And we've, as I said, we've already started conversations with Jack Ainsworth and a couple of our board members and myself. And I think we made good headway. So Santa Barbara County is not going to languish on this. When we can return to working on this and hopefully get a grant, we will, and we're committed to getting something adopted in our program. Thank you so much for having us and being open to hearing what we're hoping is constructive information to help improve the process.
Thank you, Director Plowman. That was just so great to hear, and really thank you again for your presentation. And I know everyone will look forward to that time when we get together. And so, Caleb?
2 quick items to move us to break and then to public comment. The first is, I think he's already said no, but since Long Range Planning Director Dan Clement is here, if you wanted to offer any perspective or in addition to this conversation, we just thank you for contributing to this. And if you wanted an opportunity to say anything, I wanted to give that to you. Thank you very much for coming and contributing to this discussion. Second, I'll super abbreviate the last item that was to happen before the break, which is to say, it's just in line with the conversations we've been having, which is there aren't any decisions to be made today. And the working group recognizes that it is a thought leadership group, a place to really come up with ideas, test them, work them through before they can become real in other places. And so along those lines, we were going to make just a little bit of space in this agenda to hear from the commission and from the public, as public comment is coming, about what you would like to see this working group focus on. It's not a blank slate. This group has a list of issues that it's working on and continues to work through. But also we seek your guidance in the hardest stuff. And we've just heard about several of them, and the group itself is already, with the help of some very dedicated staff from jurisdictions, from CSAC, from the league, from the commission, all of these as extra duties that our folks have helped find time to dedicate to this. One of the very next steps this year is to develop some problem statements, to try to agree upon together for some of the issues that were just mentioned, describing very specifically where those challenges are and what the context of them are, so that you can enter into those problem-solving discussions that everyone has just been talking about, where this group knows that it can't go write legislation, at least not right now, can't change standards of the Coastal Act and isn't a desire to do so. But the context is everything. And so this group this year is working on some problem statements to describe the very nature of some of the hardest challenges. And so with that, let me take one more chance to hear any comments or questions from the commission. And then I also want to use that as a point to invite in our next public comment section, if you have comments or questions that you hope this group focuses on, we're ready to hear those now and going forward. This is by far the last chance to have that conversation. Please.
Yeah, if there are no commissioners, and I'd certainly defer to them. Again, Bruce Gibson from San Luis Obispo County. I think one of the things that might be important to hear are the consequences of failing to update local coastal programs. And I offer that thought both for the commission's consideration and the local jurisdictions. And I think there are negatives to both in terms of trying to achieve the goals that we mutually embrace. You know, a lot of it, well, I won't speculate too much, but a lot of it ends up falling as inconvenience or expense or or other negative impacts to residents of the state of California. That's one thing. I do think that that getting a decision on the definition of existing development is going to be important, and the sooner the better. In fact, we might usefully put off a number of things. Mr. Ainsworth speaks to being silent on it, but then what's the consequence of that? Because we have work to do, we should be doing between now and then. And then if I could offer you a very philosophical, what I call a hand-waving argument, that's actually a technical term from physics and math in which I was trained. But we tend to get involved in arguments along what I think of as a one-dimensional line. Are we going to armor? Are we not going to armor? And we're trying to find some point on this one-dimensional line. The middle isn't satisfying, perhaps not even workable, and we end up in an inability to bridge this divide. I think one of the key elements, the key reasons for the working group is to try to create another axis here, which is to find solutions that aren't on this one-dimensional line. My personal interest is in a regional approach. And we saw a little bit of an introduction to it, and at a point when we can have a moment to talk more about it. In the Morro Bay situation, there was a decision to protect a certain part of that jurisdiction and to take a different approach in another part of that situation, in that jurisdiction. And I think expanding that idea and dealing with the more difficult subtleties that involve private property is going to be important. And I think that I certainly respect Chair Brownsley's passionate defense of a particular interpretation of existing development. A disturbing number of my very close friends are attorneys, and I've heard them be extremely passionate about what's right and what's wrong, and then a court case comes down and it's different. So I think we stand by and we wait to find out. But within that, let's look for the creative solutions along a different axis.
I just want to assure you that I totally believe in a multiverse. So I see a lot of dimensions, and I think we really look forward to working with our local government partners in those various spheres and options. So excellent point, sir.
Mayor, take us out.
Yes, I just want to echo what Supervisor Gibson mentioned. As you stated, Kaylin, we're trying to look at some of the more intractable issues. How can we get to the final point where we can get these LCPs updated with some of these major issues we've already identified? And I think we've shown a willingness to try to find creative solutions, as Bruce mentioned, that we can resolve some of these issues, maybe not to everyone's satisfaction, but have a way that we can actually address it so we can get a resolution and move forward on these things. So I would just say that everyone here, that I want to hear from the public too, but we're trying to resolve some of these more intractable issues so we can move forward and sea level rise adaptation, also LCP update process. Thank you.
On behalf of the working group, I just want to thank the commission for this opportunity. Also, I and my work partner, Megan, are very thankful for the opportunity to support this working group and their important work. Thank you very much. That's the end of our agenda.
Thank you. And so we're going to take a break. It's a teensy bit after 11. So I can't really see. That's look at my phone.
Just 11 now.
It's just 11 now. So I think we should do a 10-minute break because we don't want to run too much past noon with public comment. So everyone, the commission will return to hear public comment at 11:10. Thank you. Thank you, Billy. We're returning to the California Coastal Commission meeting on our local government sea level rise working group. We're continuing now. We're going to open public comment. I'm going to turn it over to our meeting manager, Chris. But I just wanted to mention to those who are going to be speaking, Chris will be calling a few names. He'll explain all that, but I just want you to know, please introduce yourself. You've got 2 minutes, and the chair sticks to the 2-minute deadline. So I just want to give fair warning that it's a 2-minute presentation. So super appreciate everybody being here, whether you're here in person or on the Zoom. So Chris, take it away.
Thank you. For members of the public, I'll be announcing names of the upcoming speakers and will bring you into the meeting when it is your turn. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. There's a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button to click. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. So I'll start by calling the first few names. Walt Crampton, followed by Yehuda Ben-Hamo, followed by Elizabeth Hansberg. So Walt Crampton, I am promoting you in as a panelist right now. Give me a second. And when you're able to do so, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Good morning, coastal commissioners. My name is Walt Crampton, and I am a practicing coastal engineer with over 50 years of experience. I want to express my concern that coastal staff is setting overly restrictive land use policies based on low probability Cosmos models projecting 6.6 feet of sea level rise by the year 2100. These policies effectively block the development and redevelopment of entire neighborhoods in low-lying areas. This slide is coastal San Diego showing Mission Bay and San Diego Harbor, along with the Midway District experiencing inundation with 6.6 feet of sea level rise. Next slide, please. This slide shows Newport Beach with the islands and the Balboa Peninsula completely inundated with 6.6 feet of sea level rise during extreme high tides. In both of these areas, we have clients who want to redevelop their properties, but have certain coastal staff strong-arming them and essentially regulating redeveloping, citing concerns over this level of inundation possibly occurring by the year 2100. Next slide, please. This slide shows NOAA's sea level rise trends in Los Angeles and San Diego with data sets from 1925 through 2021. Unquestionably, sea level has been rising. However, in the last century, Los Angeles has been rising by about 1 millimeter a year. This would be the top graph, and San Diego at about 2 millimeters per year. These observable data show no evidence of an acceleration of sea level rise over the last 30 years. The trend has remained linear. Next slide, please. This last slide shows the Coastal Commission sea level rise scenarios with the blue line representing the 6.6 feet of sea level rise that coastal staff requires coastal engineers to accommodate. I've also plotted the Los Angeles sea level rise since 2000, which over 21 years amounts to a little over 2 centimeters. It should be evident from this graph that we are well below the projections we are designing for. Commissioners, I'm not here this morning to argue about sea level rise. As Dr. Robert Guza with the Coastal Processes Group at Scripps Institution of Oceanography stated, while
Thank you.
To dictate policies.
Thank you, Mr. Crampton. Appreciate it. Next.
Next, Yehuda Ben-Hamo, followed by Elizabeth Hansberg, followed by Ursula Luna Reynosa. Yehuda Ben-Hamo.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Yehuda Ben-Hamo. I'm the Conservation Outreach and Media Coordinator at Wild Coast. I'm talking about blue carbon today. California's coast and ocean are spaces of joy, relaxation, and healing. Our state's coastal wetlands play a critical role in helping shape California's iconic coastline. They also provide essential ecosystem services such as filtering out pollutants, helping improve coastal water quality, provide critical habitat for an abundance of wildlife, including many endangered species, support opportunities for outdoor recreation, community engagement. They also buffer coastal communities from storms, floods, and sea level rise. Salt marshes and seagrasses, a majority of San Diego County's coastal wetlands, help trap sediment and organic matter, allowing them to grow in elevation. That means rising protection against storm surge, flooding, and sea level rise. Just 15 horizontal feet of these wetlands, marshy terrain can absorb 50% of incoming wave energy, showing us their critical role in helping communities adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change. What is widely overlooked is the carbon storing superpowers of these wetlands. Often referred to as blue carbon, these ecosystems can store more atmospheric carbon than any other ecosystem on Earth, about 5 times more than tropical rainforests. Yet only 10% still remain in California. Coastal development and sea level rise have dramatically reduced and constricted our wetlands from their historic condition, leaving them surrounded by residential and commercial developments that are vulnerable to sea level rise and coastal flooding. Once wetlands are degraded, they emit high concentrations of stored carbon back into the atmosphere, thus becoming a carbon source instead of a carbon sink. At Wild Coast, we're focusing on conserving and restoring coastal wetlands due to their carbon capture potential. We're restoring 42 acres of riparian habitat in the Bataquitos and San Miguel watershed, and working closely with Scripps Institute of Oceanography to measure the amount of carbon stored in coastal wetlands throughout San Diego County. As you discuss the long-term impacts of sea level rise on our coasts, we urge you to consider how it will also shrink our coastal wetlands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Next,
afternoon.
Elizabeth Hansberg.
Good afternoon, Coastal Commission. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg. I run the housing advocacy organization, People for Housing Orange County. I also am trained as an urban planner, and I have served as a planning commissioner in my city of Fullerton. And I've learned a lot today from the presentations, and I just want to share some thoughts. We have a housing shortage that is as urgent as our climate crisis. And the idea that it takes 6 years to update a local coastal plan, I'd like to share that the housing element, or the RHNA, Regional Housing Needs Assessment cycle, which we are in the 6th cycle, that planning period is only 8 years. And so when cities are assigned their regional housing needs assessment, which in the 6th cycle, a lot of those new between that local coastal plan and the city's housing element or land use plan or general plan, that's a barrier to housing. And so we really have a problem if we are planning for worst case scenario, the most extreme version of what might happen in 100 years, when we have a housing crisis now and we need to have housing built now to meet the needs of the folks that are here now. And so I just want to impress upon you sort of the equal urgency of the housing shortage and the affordability crisis that engenders. And so the need to.
All right, thank you. Next, Ursula Luna Reynosa, followed by Ernesto Medrano, followed by Mandy Sackett.
Good morning. I am Ursula Luna Reynosa, the Director of Community Development for the City of Huntington Beach. HB has had an opportunity to realize significant investment in the coastal zone that achieves multiple policy objectives, from new housing, including affordable, to multiple Coastal Act goals, new visitor accommodations, including affordable lodging, new public open and conservation space, and educational opportunities, including enhanced coastal access. An LCPA is necessary to accommodate this project that we refer to as the Magnolia Tank Farm. I'm going to step away, and you can see in my background the site. We call it the Magnolia Tank Farm, and please note the Huntington Beach Channel just to the south of the site. This channel was built in the 1960s, pre-Coastal Act. The Talbert Channel was built in 1989. Collectively, the channels have assisted with restoration of the adjacent wetlands to protect over 6,000 homes with an estimated value of over $9.5 billion. The channels are publicly owned, permitted, and maintained by the OC Flood Control District. The channels aren't going anywhere. They protect the site that was previously developed with these tanks, and they now this site presents a significant opportunity for redevelopment. The city understands and agrees that protecting the coastline is in our best interest. It's what makes Huntington Beach so amazing. We want to be good stewards of the coast. There are always trade-offs, and we think that a common sense approach will provide the best balanced future. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and not allowing this existing channel to protect future development on this property provides a lost opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ernesto Medrano. I haven't been able to promote you in as a panelist yet. All right, there you go. When you're able to, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Ernesto Medrano with the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. For generations, California has been a destination for people because of our unparalleled, natural resources, including our beautiful coastline. But as housing costs rise, many are forced to make the tough decision to move elsewhere because the dream of home ownership is out of reach. That's why we need to focus our efforts in adding housing supply. In Orange County alone, over the course of the next 8 years, we're mandated by the state to build 180,000 homes. But as we've heard today, our climate goals and our housing goals appear to be at odds, even when we have great projects ready to go with little or no opposition. Take the Magnolia Tank Farm project, for instance. This development would bring 250 units of housing in varying price ranges, including affordable units in the Huntington Beach area. Magnolia Tank Farm would provide needed housing for the region, affordable coastal lodging, access to park and trail areas, and would preserve native habitat. And just as importantly, this project is respected sea level rise and the potential impacts of it in all the phases of the planning process. In fact, its vision is to advance stewardship and environmental preservation and to support visitor and community priorities so everyone can access the beach and park areas. If projects like this end up stymied by bureaucracy, and let's face it, it's already tough enough to build as it is, we have little hope of working our way out of this housing crisis. Please don't let us not forget that we would ultimately be losing out on millions of dollars in tax revenues, school district fees, and other community-wide benefits. And more than 2,000 good construction jobs come to the area, plus another 390 jobs created at the site once the project is completed. There has to be a way not only to safeguard coastal zones, but to protect against potential flooding decades from now, while also building the housing that we need today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Mandy Sackett, followed by Denise Erkeneff, followed by Kristen Brenner. Mandy Sackett.
Hi, Mandy Sackett with the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you for this workshop today and all the productive discussion. We're really glad to see a more cooperative spirit growing between local governments and the Coastal Commission. The narrative that the Coastal Commission is out of touch with local government's needs and simply forcing a one-size-fits-all approach is really tired, and it's a red herring. It's undeniable that commission staff are bending over backwards to make sea level rise planning accessible through the generous grant program, efficient feedback on LUP updates. Their expectations are clear with numerous guidance documents outlining the basic framework policies that ensure consistency with the Coastal Act and its intention to protect our natural coastal processes, recreational opportunities, sensitive habitat, and coastal access. There are certain baseline policies that are the foundation of the Coastal Act, our state's bedrock law for protecting the coast from overdevelopment and erosion and rising seas. Every local jurisdiction is a snowflake, but all snowflakes melt at 32 degrees. And similarly, every community's beach will drown as sea levels rise if we don't have the same basic framework of policies. We cautiously support this phased implementation approaches detailed in the 2021 action plan, but phased planning will only kick the can down the road. We prefer Mauro Bay's approach. We should not delay long-term planning as we have this narrow window of opportunity now. Surfrider and our thousands of members and supporters are poised to oppose any land use plan update that comes forward with policies that jeopardize our coast by relying on seawalls unlawfully, especially for new development or remodels, even if it's in the name of a phased approach that will, quote, consider other adaptation options at later date. We call on the commission and commissioners to use your authority to uphold the Coastal Act and to stand firm in getting LCP updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Erkeneff. Give us a second to bring you in. I think we had the wrong person that we brought in. All right, Denise Erkenoff, when you're ready.
This is Kristen. I just heard that Denise can't make it.
Okay, thank you. So Kristen, you're next. So Kristen Brenner, followed by Ashley Eagle Gibbs, followed by Staley Prom.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kristen Brenner. I am co-lead of the Beach Preservation Committee for the San Diego chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. And I just wanted to share my experiences. I did serve for 3 years on the City of Del Mar's Sea Level Rise Technical Advisory Committee that was tasked with developing vulnerabilities and adaptation plans, as well as updating its LCP to address those findings. It started out great as a very rational, science-based conversation, but after a year or so, just devolved into climate change denial and a sole focus on private property rights over the public's right to access their beaches. In the end, the city was totally unable to fend off the vocal minority of residents whose homes were at most risk, people whose homes are, 1 or 2 feet above sea level rise, so risk from climate change. And the city essentially ceded the beaches to the seawalls. They stripped any mention of any triggers for different adaptation options, or the managed retreat, or the mention of managed retreat from any of their documents. As a result, the city was ultimately unable to update its LCP because the changes it proposed conflicted with the core principles of the Coastal Act, and the city withdrew its application. So I think going forward, the cities need a lot more support if they are going to be able to uphold the Coastal Act and its core principles, like Mandy was mentioned. I am hopeful for that in Del Mar recently, the city has had quite a change of heart over the Del Mar Railway armoring that will manifest hopefully into support for better coastal planning and a more collaborative spirit, so we can complete the LCP update, because all of a sudden their tune has changed on how they feel about seawalls now that there's massive seawalls going on in front of the railroads. So local governments need to operate within the framework of the law, the Coastal Act, and the Commission needs to stand firm in their role of ensuring they do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ashley Eagle Gibbs, followed by Staley Prom, followed by Mitch Silverstein.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Good morning, Chair Brownsy, commissioners, and working group members and chairs. My name is Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and I am the Legal and Policy Director with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, where our mission is to protect and sustain the unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin. Our work focuses on the environmental issues impacting the unincorporated coastal communities from Dillon to Muir beaches. We focus on climate adaptation, and we are a member of Marin County's Coastal Communities Working Group. Unfortunately, we know intimately the frustration that comes from not having a current environmental hazards chapter in Marin, which we have been advocating for over 10 years. We are also involved in other Marin County climate adaptation and resiliency projects, as well as our past participation in the Coastal Sediment Management Working Group. We are also actively engaged in supporting coordinated state climate and adaptation planning efforts, including the Principles for Aligned State Action and the Joint Statement on Adaptation Planning. We await the release of the residential sea level rise policy guidance. Related to adaptation planning, our priorities are focused on supporting proactive phased adaptation with triggers, long-range planning, and nature-based and blue carbon solutions, as the gentleman from Wild Coast spoke of, rather than hard armoring, which we are generally opposed to. We also support the protection of priceless coastal resources and biodiversity, public access, and equity. We support the use of best available science as our coastal villages adapt to changing climatic conditions, and we also support consistency with past LCPs and the Coastal Act. If a regional approach is taken, minimum standards must be met, as well as consistency with the Act. We know that it is no easy feat, but it is our belief that it is the Commission's role to uphold the Act and protect our public trust rights as well as provide coastal public access for all, not just beachfront property owners, often those that travel from inland areas and use our local beaches to seek respite from the heat are not represented in these discussions. Our courts have consistently prohibited seawalls for new development, and we need to find a way to move forward collaboratively. Thank you for your tireless dedication to working with local jurisdictions and stakeholders, and to the counties and cities for their partnership.
All right, thank you. Next, Staley Prom, followed by Mitch Silverstein, followed by Anna Christensen.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Staley Prom, Senior Legal Associate for the Surfrider Foundation. As governments update their LCPs for sea level rise planning, Surfrider encourages you to require firm adherence to the Coastal Act, including with respect to its protections from shoreline armoring. Coastal Act Section 30253 firmly requires that new development neither create nor contribute significantly to erosion, geologic instability, or destruction of the site or surrounding area, or in any way require the construction of protective devices that would substantially alter natural landforms along bluffs and cliffs. Seawalls destroy the scenic characteristics of the coast and eventually limit or even destroy public beaches as they exacerbate coastal erosion. Thus, they clearly may not be permitted for new development. Also, given that they fix the landward beach boundary, they will encroach on public trust lands as seas rise and violate the Coastal Act's requirement of maximizing public access. The policy of prohibiting seawalls for new development and related protective policies have been strictly upheld by the courts. In the 2018 Beach and Bluff Conservancy case, the court found for the Commission, Surfrider, and the City of Solana Beach, upholding the city's LUP provisions restricting seawalls and bluff retention devices. This included upholding a requirement for new development and bluff top redevelopment to record deed restrictions, waiving the right to install seawalls and the like. Further, in Scott versus City of Del Mar, the court held that requiring the removal of seawalls, riprap, and a patio on the beach encroaching on the public beach was not an unconstitutional taking. Finally, Coastal Act Section 30235 narrowly permits seawalls in such construction only when necessary for structures existing at the time the act was passed, to protect public beaches or coastal dependent uses, and only when designed to eliminate or mitigate adverse impacts on local sand supply. And when conflicts may arise involving sections 30253 and 30235 in sea level rise, the Act requires such conflicts be resolved in a manner which on balance is the most protective of significant coastal resources. The maintenance of natural shorelines and ecological resources as well as public trust lands therefore trumps the desire for coastal armoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mitch Silverstein, followed by Anna Christensen, followed by Kyle Kelly. Mitch Silverstein.
Thank you. Mitch Silverstein, San Diego County Policy Coordinator, Surfrider Foundation. SD County is already feeling the effects of rising seas and increased erosion. Narrower beaches all over the county already disappear completely during annual king tides and even regular high tides when there's swell. Meanwhile, every LCP in San Diego County is more than 20 years old, and Solana Beach doesn't have one at all. They're mostly from the 80s and 90s, with Del Mar's 2001 LCP being the most recent. Sea level rise projections are on a whole new level since then. The LCPs need to be updated to reflect reality. Also, we see cities routinely approve development permits that don't even agree with their outdated LCPs, causing us to appeal their decisions. For example, the commission found substantial issue with an oceanside riprap repair permit for 19 beachfront homes that we appealed last month. Local governments' refusal to comply with the Coastal Act and the Commission's guidance will ultimately sacrifice our public beaches. Clearly, these governments are under immense political pressure from influential beachfront and blufftop homeowners to focus on protecting private property as a primary concern. This is why consideration of true managed retreat was pulled from both Imperial Beach and Del Mar draft LCP updates. The Commission's role of balancing their perspective with protecting public resources is critical, and it's crucial that the Commission stands firm in that role. Preference for grant funding should go to local governments who are willing to plan in accordance with the Commission's model adaptation policies and guidance documents. It's a real shame that the states invested so much into certain LCP updates only to have the local governments withdraw and refuse to hold up their end of the bargain to plan for sea level rise in a manner consistent with the Coastal Act. We need to set the framework now for comprehensive long-term adaptation plans if we want to save San Diego County's coastline from disappearing in the next few decades. Lastly, since the interpretive challenges around existing development keeps coming up today, I want to mention that we see endless back and forth between Commission staff, city planners, and property owners' lawyers as to what that means in San Diego. We think the Coastal Act is clear on existing development and ask the commission continues to reject LCP updates that erroneously attempt to redefine post-Coastal Act development as existing. Comment today.
Thank you. Anna Christensen, followed by Kyle Kelly, followed by Kimberly Williams.
It's great to be on the King Gillette Ranch. Not a lot of development here. A beautiful ride along the coast and plenty of room for retreat for nature. But I'm from the Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force. We're in Long Beach. 90% of the city I don't think is in our coastal zone. And so sea level rise planning is a minor element of our new CAP climate adaptation plan, which we presented a very specific critique of yesterday. This is a little more abstract and unplanned, but I would like to ask if you here today think climate change and sea level rise is an existential issue or a real estate and property rights issue. Are economic considerations and outweighing public health and safety and environmental protection? And I think ultimately we're just human beings. You know, there's a lot of other beings on this world, and the Earth will survive. Los Cerritos Wetlands, likely not. There's nowhere to retreat. So whatever little bit we have for the living ecosystem and for our tribal relatives and tribal history there, we would really like to maintain. We don't want to protect the Jack in the Box on the corner of 2nd and PCH at the expense of our wetlands and call it a berm. We don't want to berm a raised road to the oil refinery. We think that the job of the Coastal Commission is best stated by the reason for the Coastal Commission. It wasn't that there weren't enough oil wells. It wasn't that there weren't enough houses on the coast. It was that the onslaught was coming and their nature was, we feel it. We could talk about environmental protection, right? So protecting nature, that's Sierra Club way. It doesn't mean people don't matter, but first things first. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Kyle Kelly, followed by Kimberly Williams, followed by Derek Dolphy. Kyle Kelly.
Greetings, thank you. Greetings, commissioners, municipal leaders, Director Ainsworth, and Coastal Commission staff. My name is Kyle Kelly. I'm a Transportation and Public Works Commissioner in the city of Santa Cruz. I'm speaking personally as a parent and community advocate. School has started again in the coastal zone. Every morning I help my kids out the door, we prepare breakfast and gather their backpacks. Sometimes homework that needs a little more finishing. We then hop on our bikes to head to school. As we ride, we feel the ocean air around us. It can be a beautiful, amazing morning riding a bike through a coastal city. Sometimes on the way back, I'll pick up groceries. It's not all California poppies and redwoods, though. The most inescapable taste in the air is exhaust, brake dust, and tire particulates. I can see the traffic around me. People are trapped by our land use decisions of past and present. Ironically, we're discussing sea level rise adaptation while not tackling the cause of sea level rise. Municipalities must do local coastal plans that take more climate action. Just to take a step back here, what's causing sea level to rise? As greenhouse gases trap more energy from the sun, the oceans are absorbing more heat, resulting in an increase in sea surface temperatures and rising sea level. On a smaller, more local level, we fail to allow groundwater to get recharged due to the impermeability of asphalt. What causes greenhouse gas emissions? Burning fossil fuels, the largest portion of which is from transportation. So there's an inherent conflict in current coastal policy between two types of coastal access: housing, parking. One of these allows people to live near the coast and drive less. The other, parking, incentivizes more driving, more greenhouse gas emissions, and less permeable surfaces for groundwater recharging. The IPCC recommends encouraging land use that promotes active transportation, transit, and multifamily housing. It's what they call compact cities. I would like to make sure that as local coastal plans go forward, we consider these important factors in mitigating and adapting to sea level rise.
Thank you. Next, Kimberly Williams, followed by Derek Dolphy, followed by Andre Kechejian. Kimberly Williams.
Hi, thank you, commissioners and staff.
I represent San Mateo County chapter of Surfrider Foundation. We encourage the commission and its staff to hold the current course. There are many reasons to do so, as you've heard from other speakers. We also recognize the challenges. In San Mateo County, some city councils have met requirements and have worked with Coastal Commission staff to diligently and in good faith achieve the goals, while others immediately pushed back and continue to delay, and have even made remarks early on that this working group was an opportunity to help them oppose the process. One of our city councils in particular has continually ignored robust public comment, encouraging them to engage in advanced planning for sea level rise, including recently in regard to moving sewer and utility infrastructure out of at-risk areas as it comes time to replace it. Without the Coastal Commission's current guidelines, requirements, and accountability, the public would have less leverage or incentive in this case. If the commission were to relax its requirements, the ability of the public to push on their city councils would be impacted. The public who are in support would feel a breach of faith has been committed and that they no longer have a foundation on which to stand in support of this work. The process you have in place is achievable, but the difference between those who achieve it and those who are delaying is that their priorities and goals differ, and those who aren't buying in aren't going to have any more buy-in than they have now if you delay with a longer approach. They will simply be rewarded for their delay and opposition to the process. San Mateo County Surfrider asked the Coastal Commission and its staff to stay the course in support of the public who look to you to protect our beaches from private interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Derek Dolphy, Andre Ketchajian, and then Mark Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Derek Dolphy on behalf of the League of California Cities. We're here to express our thanks for the formation and continued work for the Sea Level Rise Working Group and for the continued participation from the Coastal Commission and their staff. We think that important work has been done, and we look forward to continuing that important work as this group moves forward. So thank you all for your participation. We think this work is definitely important. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre Ketchajian.
No, it's on, okay. If I can donate my time to Lauren Doyle, if that's okay with the council.
No, we're not going to cede time, so why don't you say what you have to say, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Just thankful to be here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mark Johnson, Joyce Parker, then Lauren Doyle.
Mark Johnson, thank you for being here. Mark Johnson, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Joyce Parker, Lauren Dogle, Michael Phelps.
Hi, I'm Joyce Parker, and I think they're calling people that didn't sign up to speak. They just asked me when I came what my name was so that you guys would know how many people are here, so.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Well,
Thank
you, I'm glad to be here.
Thank you for clarifying that.
All right.
That's okay, we don't mind. All right, next speaker.
Lauren Dogle, Michael Phelps, and then Mike Posey.
Hi, I'm Lauren Doyle, and the same thing. However, I will say, on behalf of the city of Malibu, I'm one of the coastal engineering reviewers along with Mike Phipps sitting behind me. And we work with your technical coastal staff, and they've been very generous with their time. We've tried to set up monthly meetings with the planning staff, the city, to work through some of these difficult project issues, that we have with sea level rise, try and make sure we're on the same page. So I just want to encourage you, please proceed with hiring more technical staff. You have very few, we need them, and we need the help and guidance. Malibu is 27 miles long, mostly private property, and very difficult. So as we move forward on behalf of the city, we look forward to working with you.
Ms. Doyle, I hope you'll join our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Phelps, followed by Mike Posey, followed by Catherine Freeman.
Hi, my name is Michael Phipps. I'm a consultant to the city of Malibu. I did not really sign up to speak, but the one comment I do want to make is I'd like there to be a good definition of what is the best available science. What concerns me is that a lot of the project review we do requires a certain amount of sea level rise to be incorporated in the design. And when we get comments back from Coastal Commission analysts, it seems like they're mandating 0.5% probability of exceedance for design. And even the own policy guidance written by the Coastal Commission does not require necessarily that you use the word sea level rise. So I'm a little confused because there's a lot of policies that have been approved by Coastal Commission certified LCP updates that all use this term best available science. I think that the science the Coastal Commission is relying on is, I mean, the policy guidance is already 4 years old, and it's based on studies that are from 2009 and 2014. So I think we're already behind, and I want to know, like, when will the sea level rise policy guidance be updated? Thank you.
See, there was a reason that you were signed up to speak. All right, next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mike Posey, Catherine Freeman, and then Paul Grisanti. Mike Posey.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to make my comments today. My name is Mike Posey. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Huntington Beach. I also serve on the board of OCOG, SCAG, and chair the ACC Housing Committee. To say that I'm passionate about the acute housing crisis would probably be an understatement. However, I do believe that there is a way to get more housing built while also being mindful of climate change and the impact it will have on unique needs of local communities. Orange County has been ahead of the curve on this front for some time. The Orange County Flood Control Channel Management District has maintained 380 miles of infrastructure throughout the county for nearly 100 years. It continues to meet the challenge of flood risk and works to reduce flooding in critical regional infrastructure, including roads, public facilities, schools, libraries, and thousands of residents. That's why we believe that the the Coastal Commission shouldn't stand in the way of good housing projects that contribute to our RHNA obligation while also respecting and supporting the local community and surrounding habitat. A particular interest, of course, is the Magnolia Tank Farm, which is currently under consideration. That project would provide up to 250 new homes critically needed, along with about 25 low-income units as well. This was a site formerly occupied by oil tanks, so it'd be a great improvement to the coast. Not only does this project provide sorely needed housing, but when you consider other key points like job creation, labor income, economic output, and millions of dollars in tax revenue to support parks and libraries, this is a huge win for our community. The project site is located in a space where it could receive protection from the Huntington Beach and Talbot channels, which already provide flood protection for critical regional infrastructure. It's simple. We need more housing in Orange County, 180,000 units over the next 8 years to be exact, and we need the Coastal Commission to not stand in the way of good development. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Catherine Freeman, followed by Paul Grisanti, followed by Stephanie Sekic.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me. My name is Catherine Freeman, and I represent the California State Association of Counties. I wanted to echo the comments of my colleague, Derek Dolphy. We both work with this working group, and we think that it's a very important step for moving forward with local coastal planning. I think you heard from the County of Santa Barbara how difficult it can be to plan in an area where the science is evolving, and some of the terms that are used, the best available science and others are evolving as well. So I'd like for the commission to consider and think about how hard counties work as they update their local coastal plans and programs, and think about how they can assist counties, not just with sort of a grant funding, but remember that we also have our general meetings, we have public comment, and we really do try to solicit the input from all members of our counties, not just those who are residing on the coast. So thank you for your attention to this today, and I hope that you'll continue the work of the Coastal Working Group over the next year, and look forward to that comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul Crisanti.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Paul Grisani. I'm currently the Mayor of Malibu, but I offer these comments as Vice President of Smart Coast California, a nonprofit 501c6 dedicated to protecting California's coastline by advocating for smart and balanced land use policies and adaptation policies. Smart Coast California has closely followed the progress of the local government sea level rise working group and has met with several of its members, including Executive Director Ainsworth, Chief Deputy Director Cavallari, Councilman Eric Friedman, and Mayor Ed Waggy. We are also collaborating with many other local jurisdictions as they work towards a certified local coastal plan amendment. In these collaborations, Smart Coast California focuses on how the coastal adaptation policies and projects which are critical to California's coastal communities can balance considerations of public access, private property rights, local economic impacts, and environmental concerns. On Monday, August 8th, Smart Coast California submitted detailed comments regarding the local government workshop being heard today. Our comments included a video recording of the first panel at the Smart Coast California Sea Level Rise Summit held in May of this year, in which the Mayor of Morro Bay, John Heading, Santa Barbara County Supervisor Das Williams, Del Mar Council Member Terry Gasterland, and Santa Cruz County Supervisor Manu Koenig each addressed what has happened, what has worked, and what can improve their respective LCP amendment processes. They essentially provide feedback to the Coastal Commission for better outcomes throughout the state. We strongly urge your consideration of both the video and written comments. As a link between local governments and the Coastal Commission, Smart Coast California is well positioned to provide constructive feedback on how the Coastal Commission can better enable and a great ring. Have a good one.
Thank you. Next, Stephanie Sekich, followed by Andrea Sanchez, followed by Leslie Purcell. Stephanie Sekich.
Good morning, commissioners and working group. I am Stephanie Sekich, the Senior Manager for Surfriders Coast and Climate Initiative. I work with Surfriders 185 chapters around the country on sea level rise planning. When I heard that the commission was considering walking back from comprehensive sea level rise updates and LCPs in favor for a phased planning approach, I immediately thought this new approach will undermine the state's progress on sea level rise planning. Moreover, when I learned that some counties are considering seawall exemptions in their LCP updates, I made an extra effort to testify today to urge these counties to not stray from the state's strong commitment to sea level rise planning and continue to use outdated and expensive methods such as armoring. The time is now to ensure that counties are updating their plans for sea level rise. The climate crisis is not waiting for us, and I believe that this new phased approach is simply punting comprehensive sea level rise planning down the road. Considering that the state has a budget surplus, the state should be wisely investing in proactively planning for sea level rise, and this commission should continue to seek funds from not only the state, but the federal government to help these counties update their LCPs in accordance with the Coastal Act and with the state's strong commitment to sea level rise planning. I just want to end by thanking you for holding this working group. I work around the country and there are very few states that are allowing such great public input. So we're really grateful for your comments today, and we continue to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Sanchez, followed by Leslie Purcell.
Good afternoon, Coastal Commission. My name is Andrea Richter Sanchez, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington studying marine and environmental affairs. I'm Surfriders intern working on the State of the Beach report this summer. I have learned so much about the different coastal laws and policies for each state this past summer. While working on this report, it showed me how great California's laws truly are because they protect the oceans and coasts like no other state in the US. That is why it was really disheartening and frankly quite disappointing to hear that the county of Santa Cruz, for example, is making a seawall exemption for a small portion of the county as an example of phased adoption. In California, we have always known that seawalls are detrimental to our beaches. Now the IPCC has echoed these sentiments because they stated in the 2022 report they called seawalls maladaptive. As defined by the IPCC, maladaptation is when an action to adapt to climate change impacts, backfires, and has the opposite of intended effect, thus increasing vulnerability rather than decreasing it. So we urge you to follow the Coastal Act and not allow new seawalls to be built, specifically to protect new development and major remodels, for example, as the Santa Cruz County has proposed, because we all know that seawalls are detrimental to our beaches and they do not protect from sea level rise. California must maintain their reputation and continue as a leader in coastal protection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then Leslie Purcell. Let's give that a second. Leslie, I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Following Leslie, when she comes through, I'm going to read back names that we weren't able to find in Zoom, and I'll call them back, and if they're there, they can raise their hand. Leslie Purcell. I see that you're in the meeting and that you're unmuted.
Chris, maybe you can explain how she can unmute herself.
It looks like there's sound coming through her panel. It's highlighting, but I'm not sure what's happening.
Let's come back to Ms. Purcell.
So I will call the one name that we weren't able to find, Ed Mountford. Ed Mountford, if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand. I see someone under the name Drew Lanza who's raised their hand. If you are Ed Mountford, I'm going to unmute you and you can state your name. Hi, the person under Drew Lanza, please state your name.
Drew Lanza, thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioner.
Sorry, but you did not sign up to speak, so.
Sorry, it was on that. Great. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, great workshop. Can you hear me now?
Is there a problem if we let him testify? Now, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so the last person is Leslie Purcell, whenever she can get unmuted.
But you can let Mr. Lanz.
Oh, okay.
Let him testify. If you can get him back.
Yeah.
I'm still here, Madam Chairman.
Okay, go. Right. Why don't you go? You have 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Great workshop, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you. Drew Lanza, Treasurer of the Board, Par Dunes Association. We're in the south part of Santa Cruz County. Some people say we're the community that launched the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Act in the first place. I'm also the chairman of San Jose's $5 billion police fire pension board. So, Madam Chairman, I'm no stranger to the vagaries of politics. You know, just a piece of advice, if you'll take an advice from an old man, you know, best available science is not just about sea level rise and atmospheres, the sea level rise that has happened and will continue to happen. You know, echoing the words from San Luis Obispo, the gentleman earlier, you know, there's a ton of science around conflict resolution. There's a ton of science around managing enormously complex problems. There's a ton of actual science, people getting PhDs in political science around managing jurisdictions which all have different needs. And Madam Chairman, if you buy me a beer, there's also a ton of science around how to retain staff when resources are tight. I'm kind of a resident expert. I'm a venture capitalist, and that's what we do, right? We convince people to work for us when we can't quite pay them what it's worth. Final point, I'll be brief. At Par Dunes, we have a beach which actually has been accreting and expanding sand and its expanse for the last 100 years. We have aerial surveys to prove it. Don't ask me why. I believe most beaches will be submerged by sea level rise. Ours won't. So final thought, asking us to retreat from a beach, which is actually growing, and that we've been enjoying for over a half century, doesn't sound like best available science to me. I think, Madam Chairman, you've got a huge problem because we're all different. Thank you. Good job, guys.
All right, thank you. And then Leslie Purcell, I'm going to allow you to speak as an attendee. We'll see if that works. Giving it a second.
Okay.
Otherwise, there are no more speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're sorry that we couldn't get Ms. Purcell in, but I think I want to give it back to Kaylin for the wrap up, and then I will do the final comments. Please proceed.
Would any of the working group members like to offer closing comments?
Yes, I think that would be awesome. Why don't we have
Reverse order.
Wilson, Friedman, and then Gibson.
Perfect.
I think it's clear what a lot of the conflicts are, both from the comments that we heard this morning and from the public comments, and the conflicts with relationship to private property issues related, and also public access and natural resources. And we're just have to continue to work on some of those things. We did hear some comments with relationship to housing. I want to put it out there that the Coastal Commission doesn't have it under its authority. That was removed to consider housing as part of a coastal resource, and thus we cannot balance it in the same way that we should or could. And so I put it to our CSAC and League of Cities brethren and sisterins that maybe come with us to the legislature to allow us to be able to balance that in the way that we should. Likewise, with relationship to staffing, we don't set the salaries. It's the legislature and the governor's office. So please work with us on that as well. So and so that we can help your organizations, and even as a local government person myself, so that we can be more beneficial and helpful in these processes. So I want to just put that forward. The other thing that I think is, we have to understand is that sea level rise, the hard part isn't necessarily the vertical part, it's the horizontal part. And in the time frame that things are moving. That's why this is such a dynamic discussion that we're having. And we're just gonna have to be used to that and accept that it's dynamic, it's moving constantly, and we're gonna have to be adaptive to that. So with that, I'm thankful for what we've done so far as this group, and I want to make sure that we continue with that positive efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Chair Brownstein, Coastal Commissioners, for hosting today. It's been very informative, and it's great to get to know some of you and move this conversation forward. And I want to thank our presenters today, City of Morro Bay and County of Santa Barbara, and my former colleague, Ms. Plowman. It's good to see you again in a different capacity. So I just really want to start by just kind of wrapping up what I've heard today of some of the challenges that we face, but also some of the positives. We need to focus on positives as well, and then some opportunities that I see going forward and that we have actually discussed, came up today, but we've been discussing in the League's Coastal Cities group. And interestingly enough, as the conversation took place, I don't know how, but the rock band Pink Floyd popped into my mind. And in particular, two of their songs, Time and Money. And I think those are both relevant to today's conversation and where we go forward. Commissioner Uranga, you mentioned that in the City of Morro Bay, what stood out to you was the amount of time that it took. And that is one of the key themes that we've heard from today. I'd also like to add for the record, in addition to the County of Santa Barbara and Morro Bay, what happened in the City of Santa Barbara, we were successful in getting our LCP update, and it's had a lot of advantages. But just some of the stats that we had was it took 6 years, estimated at $900,000 in in-kind staff costs, $193,000 grant from the Coastal Commission, and then our sea level rise adaptation plan took 3.5 years with another couple $100,000 in grants and city funds. And even small amendments to the LCP that are incorporating changes to statewide law like ADUs took a significant amount of time. So that's why it's important we analyze that time frame. And then to get there, what I heard today was the staffing challenges. And I want to put it in the record that it's not just the Coastal Commission, it's also the cities and the counties that are having the same types of recruitment retention issues. And when you're talking about the amount of time that it takes and the cost, there's another factor that's in there, is that in the city of Santa Barbara, and I'm sure there's others, we have term limits in our city. 2 terms, 4 years each. So when our coastal plan started, and by the time it ended, virtually everybody, I think, except for one person who voted at the end, was not there. And we had 3 new members that had been on for less than a year, including myself. So you don't have that consistency of the electeds who are making the policy that take place too. So that's another reason to look at the time frame. So, and with that, I really heard Chair Brownsy that it's not just funding, it's the actual structure of the funding and the salaries and compensation of the staff and the addition for new technical and other resources. So it's not coming and going every year where you get some funding this year. You need to have that stability because you can't recruit and retain people if your budget is constantly ebbing and flowing. So I will put it out there to offer the resources of the Coastal Cities Group to work with you and whoever you designate from the Coastal Commission. And I'm sure CSAC as well, my colleague Bruce Gibson there would be willing to have further discussions with you so we can go forward and have a unified approach to try to address this issue and work with whoever we need to work through at the governor, state's legislature or not. So that's out there, and I see that as a positive going forward. And then some of the other challenges that are out there are, we heard, is the best available science and projections. One thing that's come up in our discussions is there needs to be a more robust discussion in what is needed in terms of when the best available science standards change, how do local governments apply that? Because the science is constantly changing, yet we have these plans that we rely upon that projects can take multiple years. And if in the middle of that you have different standards, when is the analysis that comes in that the cities and the counties can use for the best available science until those projects keep coming forward? So that's one thing that stood out from today's conversation. And then of course, the existing development question, that is, I won't touch that one today. So, but it's out there and our group will be discussing that. I expect the Sea Level Rise group in the coming years or coming months and years. And then in terms of the positives, I do want to say that the beginning of today's presentation, the local grants program is extremely important because it offers the opportunity for communities to come in and use the resources of the Coastal Commission. And we need to do that because if it's successful, there will be more resources going forward. But if it's not, then those who control the purse strings will look at that and decide, hey, maybe it's not a good investment. So the more opportunity we have to take advantage of that now is great. And then there's also regional collaboration is something that's moving forward. And I'd just like to say that that is something that we're really interested in the local government of exploring. And in particular, in the Santa Barbara and Ventura County region, we have a joint powers authority called Beacon, the Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment. It's been in existence for 30 years, and it's really becoming a statewide model in our discussions. And an example is we just received, the city of Santa Barbara just received a $630,000 grant from the Coastal Commission. So thank you for that. That we were able to implement through Beacon, so we can look at the whole littoral cell of Santa Barbara and Ventura County through this grant of regional collaboration. So it's just something, regional collaboration is really exciting going forward. And the last thing I'd like to just say is encourage jurisdictions out there to really look at the working documents that were approved by the Coastal Commission, CSAC, and the League. There's opportunities there to address some of these issues. It's a good start. And just looking at the phased approach, looking at the elevation process. So with that, I look forward to continue to work on these over the next coming years. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague, Councilmember Friedman, has spoken quite eloquently and specifically to the details of what we have ahead. And let me speak just a bit more widely then. The regional approach that he outlines that's exemplified by Beacon, I think has a lot of promise, and the working group really wants to explore how their work could be extended, amplified, and perhaps become a model. At least that is my hope. The question of time, we have to commit to this over the long term. as Councilmember Friedman indicated, these issues will survive or extend much longer than individual terms in office, indeed longer than careers in public service. We have to think now in terms of decades and half centuries and centuries. And so this working group is deeply committed to continuing a constructive conversation, and it's focused on a couple of things, or most generally, we would like to talk about creative solutions that will help us build effective and equitable public policy off of the science that we know indicates we have a challenge that needs solution here. We look forward to a continued partnership with the Coastal Commission, and we have now, I think, established a pattern that's really hopeful and really constructive moving forward in these regular check-ins. We certainly will stand shoulder to shoulder with you to lobby our state representatives for the resources that you need and that our local jurisdictions need. I think there's no separation of our mutual interest in that. And so as also as second vice president of CSAC, I'm certainly pledged to work with Councilmember Friedman and the League to bring this, elevate this forward. So again, I thank all of you who participate. I couldn't yield the floor without thanking Kaylin and Megan for the outstanding job that they have done facilitating this effort, the goodwill of Mr. Ainsworth and Ms. Cavallari, who I can see just the top of her head over there, but I know she's there. I get the sense, there she is. Look forward to a productive year, and ideas and topics of interest we would certainly welcome as we move forward in our next work plan.
And thank you, Chair Brownsy.
Of course.
Running
And
today's meeting.
I just want to say, in just the short span of 3 years, you know, to see this collaboration and commitment to working together is extraordinary, because 3 years ago, I didn't think I'd see it. And so this, I think, is so rewarding to the members of the commission who've been here since this discussion has started. First, I want to thank all the members of the public and all the members of local government out there who've been listening and who participated and who shared their views. It's just incredibly important for us to hear from you and to hear what you have to say. So I want to thank you for that. I really deeply want to thank the members of this working group, the local electeds, as well as the your staff from CSAC and the League, as well as our commissioners Wilson and Groom, and our terrific staff led by Mr. Ainsworth, and really the quiet but incredibly impressive Chief Deputy Director Madeline Cavallari. I always learned so much from her, so I'm just so thrilled that she's part of this team. And I think I also want to thank the members of this commission. We have an extraordinary collection of commissioners. It's like the right group for the time that we're in, because there is such brilliance and commitment and a sense of collaboration that drives this commission. And I think that the principled approach that we've tried to take has been a reflection of the individual members of this commission, but also as a commission as a group. And I can't tell you how honored I am to be the chair of this group, because it is the advancement of the understanding and response to sea level rise that is one of our principal driving forces on this commission. And now I truly feel like we're in sync with our local government partners, and that together we can make extraordinary progress on this. And as you said, City Council Member Friedman, one of the challenges is that we all have different terms, and that this is a today issue, a 10-year issue, a 50-year issue, a 100-year issue. But I believe with the right people that we can really address this. And speaking of right people, I'm deeply grateful to Kaylin and to Megan for their work. I know there were times when it stretched their professional skills. And I think that it has been worth the long road and extraordinary work. And I really have to tell you, I am so enthusiastic right now. And we're going to help Santa Barbara. We have commissioners who are already willing to join any group. I think Councilmember Friedman and Mayor Wegge and Supervisor Gibson and I have already talked about, joining forces and communicating with decision makers in Sacramento so that they can understand that we're in this together. And what's the word? Just the necessity of addressing this with sufficient resources. That is going to be what, along with the collaboration, is going to really be the measure of success to ensure that our coastal communities are resilient and that they succeed in the future because of this climatic challenge that we face. So with that, this has been a very productive session. I want to thank everybody who participated deeply, and I look forward to our futures together. And with that, I think we're going to end our morning session, unless Mr. Ainsworth, did you want to say a few words?
Just, well, you said it all for me, so thank you. Just a deep thanks to all of the members of the working group. But I did want to shout a special thanks and acknowledgement to City Councilman of Imperial Beach, Ed Spriggs, for his service on a local government working group. He's going to be stepping away from the working group. And he's been a member, as he said, since the inception. And although the meeting started off a little rough in the beginning, he really hung in there. And I really appreciate that, to really build those bridges between the commission and local government. So we're going to miss you, Ed, and I really appreciate all you've done for this working group.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. And so for members of the public, enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to go run and grab some lunch, and then we've got our regular agenda to start. So we will reconvene at 1:15. So thanks again. Thank you, Billy. We're going to return to the afternoon session of the California Coastal Commission. We're going to start with our regular agenda. So the first item that we have is number 5, our consent calendar. Is that you, Mr. Hudson?
Yes, I can go ahead and do that. So the next item is 5. That's the consent calendar for all our districts on the agenda today. And of course, there is only a single item on the consent calendar. We're not aware of any opposition to that matter, and the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation. Thus, staff is recommending the commission vote and approve the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. Any questions or any commissioners wish to remove an item? And Chris, are there any members of the public who wish to comment?
There are no speakers.
Great, thank you.
Move consent.
Move Bochco.
Second.
Seconded by Uranga. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote. Ms. Miller, please call the roll.
Commissioner O'Malley?
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Aguirre, yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga? Aye. Uranga, yes. Chair Brownsie.
Aye.
Brownsie, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you. The consent calendar is adopted. There aren't any regular items that have moved to consent, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're going to move on to number 6, which is the North Central Coast District, the DD report. Is that Mr. Carl?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct. I am here for my items. So yes, item 6 is the North Central Coast District Director's Report. Today, we're reporting one immaterial amendment. This is for some culvert cleaning operations near Point Reyes Station in Marin County. We're not aware of any objections or controversy for the item. And so unless 3 or more commissioners object, then the commission will concur on it.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Nice to see you. All right, any members of the public who wish to comment? Chris?
We have one person on Zoom available for questions.
Okay, thank you. And are 3 or more commissioners interested in removing? Okay, seeing none, the Deputy Director's report for the North Central Coast District is adopted. Next item, number 7, which is the new appeal for the Pacifica parking program. Take it away,
Yes,
Mr.
Thank
Carl.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have items 7A and 7B. These are appeals of 2 City of Pacifica coastal permit approvals that would allocate existing public right-of-way space to exclusively accommodate parking for 2 oversized vehicles each, or 4 total under both appeals. Although these are 2 separate appeals and 2 separate agenda items, they share the same primary issues, and thus the hearings today are being combined. In staff's view, the appeals raise a series of concerns, primarily related to the larger program of which they are a part, including an oversized vehicle parking restriction program that is unpermitted and that the city indicates that it intends to continue to operate without a CDP, despite being notified that it is a violation. Staff believes the appeals thus raise questions about how they relate to the broader and cumulative public access impacts, including the ways in which the city's actions here may disproportionately adversely impact the unsheltered community that qualifies it as an environmental justice community in this context. All is more fully explained in the staff report. So staff is recommending that each of the appeals raises substantial Coastal Act and LCP issues, and that the commission take jurisdiction over the coastal permits for these items. Thus, at this point, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners would like to hold a full hearing and take testimony to debate the substantial issue question for either item 7A or 7B, or both. If not, substantial issue will be found in both cases, and the de novo portion of the hearing would be scheduled for a later date. So now the question is to the commission about the 3 commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Any ex partes on this item? Okay, seeing none. Do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issues? Seeing none, substantial issue is found. All right, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That'll take us down to item 8, which is the Central Coast District Director's Report. We're reporting 2 waivers today. We received an objection for the vacation rental waiver that's in Oceano. This is located in the Commission's retained coastal permit jurisdiction area that's associated with the historic floodplain of Arroyo Grande Creek. And this is an area that's since been mostly filled and developed. The Commission has historically approved vacation rental permits in this original jurisdiction area so long as they meet the LCP's vacation rental standards as applied to Oceano, which this project does. So we continue to believe that the vacation rental is appropriate here. The other waiver covers the necessary follow-up authorization for emergency work at the Santa Cruz Harbor, and we're not aware of any objections or controversy for that item. Thus, we're looking for the Commission's concurrence on these 2 DDs items, both of which are de minimis waivers. So we're asking here whether 4 or more commissioners object to the items in the DD's report.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Any objections? Okay. Chris, are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
There are no speakers.
Okay, thank you so much. The Deputy Director's report for the Central Coast District is adopted. Thanks, Mr. Carl. Have a great weekend. And I guess we're back with Mr. Hudson for your DD report on the South Central Coast.
Thank you. And there are no items to report this month for the Deputy Director's report for the South Central Coast District. That's item 9. So that moves us right along to item 10A. And that is the City of Malibu's LCP amendment dealing with short-term rentals. Denise Gonzalez, a coastal program analyst in our South Central Coast District, will be presenting this item via Zoom. And if we could pull up the PowerPoint, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 10A is a request by the City of Malibu to amend the land use plan and local implementation plan portions of its certified local coastal program to regulate short-term rentals, or STRs. Next slide. The proposed amendment defines short-term rental as the renting of a residential property or a dwelling unit for a period of 30 consecutive days or less. The amendment also defines hosted STRs as a form of short-term rental where the owner or designated operator lives on site throughout the guest stay. The amendment would require STRs within single-family dwellings, condominiums, and duplexes to be hosted only. Additionally, the amendment would allow unhosted STRs only within multifamily residentially zoned properties. These proposed restrictions are entirely new. Currently, the city's certified LCP does not explicitly define, regulate, or prohibit STRs. However, the short-term rental of residential property has historically occurred in the city for many decades. The city has required rentals to be registered with the city and for the transient occupancy tax to be remitted. The Commission has found STRs to be an important source of visitor accommodations in the state. They provide amenities that distinguish them from other types of overnight lodging and often make them the most affordable option for overnight stays on the coast. Further, STRs can augment the stock of overnight accommodations in coastal areas with limited hotel availability and where many hotel rooms are particularly high cost. At the same time, STRs have the potential to raise a range of local issues. These can include the loss of affordable housing, enforcement issues, alter residential neighborhood character, and parking and transportation impacts. Statewide, the Commission has sought to balance these issues through a context-specific LCP provisions that allow STRs subject to reasonable restrictions. Before adopting the subject STR ordinance, the Malibu City Council adopted a separate ordinance known as the Enforcement Ordinance, which amended the city's uncertified municipal code to establish a new STR permitting system and to provide enforcement tools, while the city separately processed the subject LCP amendment. Under the enforcement ordinance, properties had to obtain a short-term rental permit by January 15, 2021 to rent property on a short-term basis. Commission staff informed city staff in multiple meetings that implementation of this uncertified ordinance within the coastal zone constituted development, requiring either an LCP amendment or a new CDP. However, it is Commission staff's understanding that the city has continued to implement this uncertified ordinance without first obtaining the required amendment to the LCP or CDP. Despite being a significant visitor serving destination, Malibu's lodging options are significantly limited compared to similar coastal towns in California. While there are several hotel and motels in cities surrounding Malibu, the approximate 21 miles of the Malibu coastline is only serviced by approximately 130 hotel rooms, 142 RV sites, 35 tent sites, and the city's existing short-term rental stock. Next slide, please. According to the most current tax data provided by the city, approximately 414 properties remitted transient occupancy taxes for STRs in 2018. There were 372 properties advertised for STRs on December 2nd, 2020. Further, as of June 15, 2021, which is the most current STR data provided by the city has approved 202 STR permits. Of the approved 202 STR permits, 71 were for multifamily units and 173 were for single-family units. Thus, most of Malibu's approved STR permits are for single-family residences by a wide margin. Although we don't have a breakdown of how many STRs were in multifamily units versus single-family units in the December 2020, we can extrapolate from the June 2021 STR permit number to infer that the majority of STRs before the implementation of the city's enforcement ordinance were also for single-family residences. The city utilized its June 15, 2021 STR permit figures to estimate the current demand for STRs. However, commission staff believes using the number of STRs advertised on December 2nd, 2020, which was provided by the city's hire consultant, Host Compliance, is a more appropriate baseline to represent the historical trend of STRs operating in the city, because this was the last year of data not affected by the city's uncertified and unpermitted enforcement ordinance, which has not yet been received and required authorization by this commission to be implemented within the coastal zone. Looking collectively at hotel, motels, and STRs in the city, STRs account for over 74% of the total supply of overnight accommodations. Therefore, STRs are a critically important visitor serving use in Malibu, requiring all single-family residences used as STRs to be hosted, even in areas of the city that have traditionally contained existing STRs, will reduce the number of STRs available as overnight accommodations. Hosted STRs generally do not provide the space and privacy desired by families and larger groups traveling together that STRs often offer. Therefore, based on historic use patterns, staff would note that the public is substantially less likely to stay at hosted STRs. Although it is difficult to accurately identify how many existing STRs would be lost through the banning of unhosted STRs in single-family residences, it's reasonable to presume that many existing single-family STRs would either not be able to meet the proposed hosted requirements or experience less demand as hosted STRs, and would thus stop operating as hosted STRs. Therefore, in this case, the proposed amendment would result in a loss of existing lower-cost overnight accommodations in the city. Furthermore, the proposed amendment would limit the number of STRs within multifamily properties up to 2 units or up to 40% of the units on the parcel, whichever is less. According to the city, this restriction prevents a multifamily building from becoming a de facto hotel and prevents erosion of housing stock availability within the city. However, only allowing unhosted STRs to operate in multifamily zones will result in loss of existing STRs overall, because there are very limited zones for multifamily uses in the city, and most multifamily zone parcels are generally concentrated in a few areas throughout the city, primarily in eastern Malibu and PCH. Additionally, by only allowing for unhosted STRs within multifamily properties, demand for the more desirable unhosted STRs will likely shift to multifamily properties instead of single-family properties. This shift will likely place a burden on multifamily properties to be used as unhosted STRs, and this will likely result in a loss of more affordable or more moderately priced housing within the city, considering multifamily properties make up a majority of the city's affordable long-term housing. For these reasons, the city's amendment does not strike an appropriate balance to continue to accommodate STRs in a manner that would not adversely impact the stock of existing and potential future visitor serving overnight accommodations or long-term housing stock. Alternatives exist for a more targeted and balanced approach, such as maintaining the existing supply of unhosted STRs, limitations on the total number of STRs allowed within certain areas, such as neighborhoods, limits on the maximum vacation rental occupancy, or limits on the amount of time a residential unit can be used as a vacation rental. Commission staff has coordinated with city planning staff and has provided comments regarding several iterations of the subject STR amendment. After a detailed review of the final adopted LCP amendment on March 28, 2022, Commission staff met with city staff to express concern that the amendment is too restrictive and inconsistent with the Coastal Act and the certified LUP. Therefore, staff was inclined to recommend denial of the amendment. Commission staff also discussed possible alternative approaches for a more targeted and balanced approach to regulating STRs in the city. City staff initially had indicated that they would develop ideas and continue coordinating with commission staff towards an approach that could be supported. However, at its June 13, 2022 hearing, the City Council indicated that it wished to proceed with the LCP amendment as originally adopted by the city and directed city staff not to work with commission staff on any alternative STR regulations. As such, City and commission staff have not coordinated further on any possible modifications to the LCP amendment. At the same City Council meeting, the City Council also voiced its position that Malibu will be forced to begin the strict enforcement of its existing zoning laws to prohibit the short-term rental of homes in residential neighborhoods if the commission does not approve the subject LCP amendment. The city council position appears to be based on a flawed premise that because the city's certified LCP does not explicitly define or regulate STRs, then STRs are currently prohibited under the current LCP. However, the commission has taken the position that where LCPs are silent on the use of homes for short-term rentals, the general assumption is that the LCP allows for STRs, similar to the way that the rental of homes is allowed for longer-term renters, without being explicitly addressed by an LCP. Further, the commission has taken the position that ordinances restricting STRs are not in effect in the coastal zone unless approved by the commission through certification of an LCP amendment or by CDPs in uncertified areas. And recent court cases have found that new restrictions on STRs in the coastal zone require approval under the Coastal Act. Overall, the city's proposal to ban non-hosted STRs in single-family residences would eliminate existing lower-cost overnight accommodations in the city, considering the relatively limited hotel and motel rooms in the city. STRs are an essential part of the city's supply of overnight accommodations. While the commission has approved past regulations allowing hosted only STRs in certain geographic locations, unlike the city of Malibu, those cities or counties either had ample existing overnight accommodations, allowed existing unhosted STRs to remain in areas nearest the coast, or had a relatively small coastal zone area with adequate stock of overnight accommodations available in nearby neighboring cities or areas. The amendment does not strike an appropriate balance to continue to accommodate STRs in a manner that would not adversely impact the stock of existing and potential future visitors serving overnight accommodations or long-term housing stock. Given that several different alternative approaches exist, an LCP amendment can be developed for the city that contains more appropriate STR regulations that could also address potential visitor and resident conflicts. However, such regulations will need to respond to the local context and are best developed through an inclusive planning process at the local level. Therefore, commission staff does not here suggest modifications to the city's proposed LCP amendment to create an alternative program to regulate STRs without input from the city, as it is unlikely to be productive in the immediate context of this action and would be unlikely to be accepted by the city's decision makers. In closing, staff believes the amendment as submitted would unduly restrict the rental of residential units to visitors and diminish the public's ability to access and recreate on the coast. Thus, the proposed LCP amendment is inconsistent with and inadequate to carry out the certified LUP. And the LCP amendment is not in conformity with the policies of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. There's an addendum for this item, which makes a minor clarification to the staff report and provides a response to correspondence received from the City of Malibu's Planning Director, Richard Malika, and correspondence received from Bruce Silverstein. No new issues were raised in those letters, which were not already addressed in the staff report's findings. Staff has also received over 231 public comments on the proposed amendment. 44 public comments expressed support for the amendment and 187 expressed opposition. These letters and emails have been attached to the staff report as Exhibit 7 and as correspondence. In closing, staff is recommending denial of the proposed LCP amendment. The motion to carry out the staff recommendation can be found on page 7 of the staff report. And this concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Venegas. Any ex partes on this issue? Okay, Commissioner Harmon, then Commissioner Uranga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Tuesday at 4 p.m. via Zoom, I met with Danielle Wilson of Unite Here Local 11 and Tori Funk from Better Neighbors LA. And they spoke generally about their support for the home share approach to STRs and their opposition to the staff recommendation today.
On August 5th at approximately 10:30 a.m., I had a virtual Zoom meeting with Danielle Wilson, Allison Kirsty, Jonah Breslaw, my chief of staff, Cesar Luna. We're representing Unite Here, and they basically make the same statements as they did with Commissioner Harmon.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, August 11th, I met with Nancy Hanna from Better Neighbors LA and Danielle Wilson and Jonah Breslau from Unite 11. Same reason that Commissioner Harmon outlined.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, is there a representative of the city of Malibu?
Yes, we have Bruce Silverstein, who should be here in person. No?
Okay, I'm sorry, can you, I didn't catch your name again.
Yes,
so-
thank you, Chair Brownsley, members of the commission. My name is Joyce Parker Bozolinsky, and I'm a planning consultant. And I'm actually filling in right now for Richard Malika, who was traveling and was trying to make it here. And
from Malibu?
No, from Monterey, or from Morro Bay. So he's coming back from vacation. He got stuck
okay.
in traffic, and
No,
so.
No worries.
We're
but-
improvising. He sent me his comments, and so I thought I'd just read them into the record.
Okay, and how much time do you think you're going to need?
If you could give us 5 minutes, I don't think we'll take that.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Parker, please proceed.
Bozolinsky, yes, thank you.
Bozolinsky, I was kind of avoiding that, but thank you for repeating it. I appreciate that.
All right, and I apologize in advance because I'm reading from my cell phone. So good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to consider this amendment. The city has worked with the commission staff on this amendment. However, we believe that the city's amendment is misrepresented in that the amendment has been characterized as a ban on short-term rentals, and that the city has been regulating short-term rentals to date. The proposal allows properties to be utilized as a short-term rental and does not include any limitations on short-term rentals. The intent is to balance any limitations, or I'm sorry, to balance the need for visitor serving accommodations and responsible management, along with the city's need to preserve and provide long-term and affordable housing options. Short-term rentals have a strong negative effect on the cost and availability of long-term rentals and increases the cost of housing in general. This is a serious concern in the city, which is suffering a significant decrease in school attendance due to the loss of housing stock. The city has not changed the manner in which short-term rentals are allowed in the city. No part of what is proposed in this amendment is currently enforced, and this and will not be until the amendment to the city's LCP A is certified. I also want to correct commission staff's statement that 414 properties have remitted tax in 2018. This is not accurate, as it actually, that 414 number reflects the number of properties that have paid TOT fee, which is a $25 registration fee, between the years of 2009 and 2018. So basically it's a cumulative total. So registration happens every year, and so that 414 includes people that registered every year. So it's a double account, sometimes a triple account. The more accurate number for short-term rentals operating in the city after the Airbnb and similar platforms exploded onto the market is around 200 that we have indicated in our submittal. The hosting requirement is important for two reasons. First, it limits the negative impacts of having a commercial use in a residential zone, particularly a use that introduces guests who are unfamiliar with the city and its geography, rules, and regulations. And second, it encourages owners and long-term tenants to continue to live in the city instead of converting their property to only short-term rental use. This is a system that has been approved by the Coastal Commission, this commission, for other jurisdictions, and the city is proposing to still allow some limited unhosted in the multifamily zone, where the most affordable housing is located. The ordinance limits the number of units in multifamily that will be available for short-term rental use, but allows them to be unhosted as a host would have to live in the unit itself, whereas the short-term rental, or I'm sorry, single-family residence, the host could live in a separate unit on site or the area of the house that is remote from the guest. Commission staff feels that the hosted requirement will diminish the availability of demand for visitor serving accommodations in the city. But to date, the commission staff has not provided the city with evidence that the hosted requirement will lead to a diminished stock of short-term rentals or a decrease in visitors. As with any regulation, the city expects that once the hosting requirement, the hosting requirement is implemented, short-term rental owners will adjust their practices and hire an on-site host. Santa Monica, which only allows hosted rentals, currently has hundreds of short-term rentals available. This was not the case before it put its ordinance into place and the host adjust to the new requirement for hosted. The city expects similar results if the LCPA is implemented, which would allow the city to continue to welcome short-term rental guests with a few restrictions, but avoid the negative nuisance and housing impacts it is currently suffering. It is important to keep in mind that short-term rentals historically occur at a much lower rate in the city before the website platforms such as Airbnb massively increased the popularity of owning and renting a short-term rental. May I continue?
How much more do you have?
A paragraph and a half.
Okay, why don't you finish up then?
All right. It is important to keep in mind that the short-term rentals historically occurred at a much lower rate in the city before the website, such as Airbnb, massively increased the popularity of renting an STR. As a result of that popularity, investors are buying homes for the sole purpose of creating highly profitable short-term rentals. The cost of these short-term rentals far exceed the average hotel room cost per night. A short-term rental in the city averages over $1,000 a night, which is much more expensive than all of the hotels in the city, with the exception of 2. While some STRs are only rooms or guest houses that are below the average hotel room, the majority of unhosted STRs are advertised as private luxury compounds, accommodations beyond the reach of the average person. And then finally, the goal of the city's amendment is to allow for the responsible management of short-term rentals and protect the city's long-term housing stock. This is a very real impact for the city, as shown in the recent purchase of an older apartment complex in the city, where the long-term tenants were evicted for the purpose of turning the entire building into high-end short-term rentals. Please work with the city and approve our proposed LCP amendment in a way that provides for visitor serving accommodations, affordable and long-term housing, and good stewardship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Parker Bozelinski. Did I get that? Okay. So let me just ask you a quick question. Since you are the representative of Malibu,
yes,
the city of Malibu, will you be the one answering questions if commissioners have questions?
Yes, I will certainly. The city manager is also here and the mayor is here, but I'm probably the one the most familiar with the ordinance, so I will probably be the go-to person.
All right, thanks so much.
All right.
Appreciate it. All right, Chris, do we have members of the public here who wish to testify in support or opposition?
Yes, we have a number of people. I'll start calling them out. We have Trevor Rusin, who's available for questions, and then Bruce Silverstein, who I guess is also available for questions. And then going through, I'll start calling names if they want to come up.
I'm sorry, sir, you're standing for what purpose? Okay, come on to the mic. You have 2 minutes.
First, I had been told 3 and I prepared exactly for 3, but if
No, 2 minutes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So good afternoon, my name is Bruce Silverstein. I am the Mayor Pro Tem of Malibu, but I appear today as a member of the public. I'm going to try to cut these remarks very short. I ran for city council because I was offended by seeing staff reports that were very one-sided, did nothing but advocate the position the staff decided was right, and didn't take into it, and denigrated and rejected every argument to the contrary. I felt that was a disservice to the city council as I witnessed it as a resident. I ran for city council, I was elected. There have been substantial changes in our city with the way that our reports are done and way we analyze and take into account comments of our residents, because I think those are very important. Here, what I see constantly and certainly here today is a report that simply rejects and denigrates every person who has put in something in support of this compromise proposal. This is the result of a multi-year process in Malibu. People were heard in all directions. This allows short-term rentals. It also protects the residential character of the neighborhoods in Malibu, which under proper zoning interpretations should not allow short-term rentals to transient visitors at all. The highest courts in multiple states have addressed this question directly, held that that zoning ordinances for residential neighborhoods, when properly interpreted, actually preclude short-term rentals, full stop. I believe that's the proper interpretation of Malibu zoning ordinance, but we have not decided we're going to defy this Coastal Commission if it rejects our proposal. What I intend to advocate is that we go to court and get a declaratory adjudication of what the interpretation of our zoning ordinances are if we can't get this compromise proposal approved. But this is a proposal that takes into account the people that don't want them at all, the people that want them unchecked, and it is a fair and reasonable accommodation. It satisfies nobody and gives something for everybody, which is exactly the definition of a fair compromise. Thank you.
Sir, your testimony really seems like you're testifying as the vice mayor, not as an individual. So are you saying that you are not representing the views of the city of Malibu?
I advocated all of these same points when the ordinance was being proposed to the city council that I was not a member of, as did many other residents. I am not here representing the city.
Okay, you're not representing the city. Okay, thank you. All
Thank
right,
you.
next witness.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Next is Sean Thusen, followed by Danielle Wilson, followed by Jorge Reyes. Sean Thusen, I have been having trouble promoting you in as a panelist. We'll try again. If not, please unmute yourself as an attendee. I have also allowed that. Give it a second. Okay, I'm not seeing it moving, so we'll move on to Danielle Wilson. We'll come back to Sean.
Thank you. So good to see you all in person after a 3-year hiatus, really. Honorable Chair Brownsy, commissioners and staff, my name is Danielle Wilson and I'm speaking on behalf of the Hotel Workers Union, Unite Here Local 11. Today, we urge you to reject staff's recommendation and approve Malibu's common sense regulations of short-term rentals. You may recall the recent debate over short-term rentals in the city of Long Beach, which was decided by a single vote of this commission. There, the staff urged the commission to allow whole home rentals in Long Beach, which is a densely populated urban housing market where working people are experiencing a housing crisis. There, staff cited the need for affordable accommodations. Here, the staff is arguing for whole home rentals in the city of Malibu, where rentals run upwards of $1,800 a night. What we find most egregious here is that the staff is arguing against a home sharing requirement, which we have found to be the only meaningful way to ensure short-term rentals can remain affordable and do not disrupt entire communities. The assertions that families do not stay in home shares is anecdotal at best. As you heard, the city of Santa Monica, one of the most traveled to coastal destinations, passed a home sharing ordinance in 2015. So has the city of LA, which includes coastal communities such as Venice. This is also the only lawful method by which this commission can regulate room rates, as home shares will always be more affordable than whole home rentals, which we have continued to argue backed up by evidence. What the city of Malibu is proposing is not a ban. The city is proposing common sense regulations that frankly we wish were more restrictive. We cannot, as a commission, we cannot continue to argue that whole home rentals provide access to the coast for working families. This is simply untrue. And we cannot continue to argue that turning homes into unregulated hotel rooms, where by the way, in lieu fees do not apply, is the answer to more accommodations along the coast. We walked hand in hand with this commission to try to pass AB 500, and we know you're with us on this, but we can't afford to lose more homes to short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge Reyes, followed by Larry Stuppy, followed by Bill Sampson. Jorge Reyes has signed up to be here in person. I'm not seeing anyone. Larry Stuppy. Larry Stuppy is being promoted in as a panelist right now. Larry, when you're able to, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Larry Steppe, are you there? Okay, we'll move on momentarily to Bill Sampson.
Am I on? I can't tell.
Hi, yes, we can hear you, Bill.
Thank you. My name is Bill Sampson. I'm a resident of Malibu for the last 42 and a half years. It is a rare moment, I believe, where I agree with both.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is somebody else
Hi,
on?
Larry. You'll speak after Bill.
I'm losing some of my time here.
We'll start you over, Mr. Sampson. Mr. Stubby, you're going to be next, so just hang, okay? All right, Mr. Sampson, go, please testify.
Thank you very much. I've been a resident of Malibu for 42 and a half years. The last several years, there have been a couple of what are in effect motels on my street within a couple of doors. These are not being rented by families. You look at the Airbnb praises for these places, and people were having corporate retreats in them at $1,500 a night. This is not part of the 15 million people per year that we see here in Malibu. I do not have rights to any private beach whatsoever in Malibu. I'm just another visitor. I just happen to live a little closer. Instead, in my neighborhood where I was able to raise my kid, I have people racing up and down the street, and they view it as a motel. We have 15 cars at one time parked in front of one 4-bedroom house. That was not a family. That was just a whole bunch of partiers. I would prefer to have none of these STRs in my neighborhood. I would prefer to have none in our city. The city crafted this compromise. I believe that both Mr. Grassati and Mr. Silverstein are here to promote the compromise. They will probably agree on nothing else in their lifetimes. I will seldom agree with Mr. Grassati on things. However, it is a compromise. Unsatisfactory to me, I admit. I don't want STRs on my street. Instead of having kids skateboarding by and having fun, I have BMWs trying to set new land speed records from multitudes of unrelated people who can afford very expensive motels that are completely unregulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Steppe, you dropped out of the meeting and came back, so I'm promoting you as a panelist again.
Okay, Mr. Stubby. Still with us?
Larry, can you?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I'm sorry for the confusion. I had to go off because I lost all sound on that. All right, let me start right now. I am totally opposed to the on-site hosting portion of this and a lot of other restrictions. I've been a member, I've had property in the family for 1949. Malibu is 27 miles long, not 20. So false information is coming through this meeting, and I resent hearing this false narrative. They have a restriction of 2 people per bedroom plus 2. You get a hosted and take one of those bedrooms, now you've restricted the amount of use of the beach property or the public use of it by 30 to 50% or more. It is unreasonable. It's not reasonable for you to go to Malibu and live with an owner. You want to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with that owner? No. It's restricting the public use of that property. That required attendant is not necessary and very detrimental. You do not count children and babies towards that restriction on the number of people. Therefore, is residential, it restricts people. The number of people, we can't even afford, they have a restriction on being a resident. We have 29 owners since 1949. We use the beach house and allow some short-term rentals in order to pay the multi-thousands of dollars with the taxes and maintenance and insurance. This restriction keeps us from doing that because it restricts the amount of time as a resident a non-resident can use the property or rent it out. So that's another aspect of this hosted thing that hurts the public and hurts the owner of the property. So that's basically the essence of what I want to say is we have an LLC in order for.
Thank you, Mr. Stuppy. Appreciate you, your comments. Chris?
All right, thank you. Calling the next few names, Tori Funk, followed by David Ewing, followed by Jonah Breslow. Tori Funk.
Hello, my name is Tori Funk, and I'm the senior researcher at Better Neighbors Los Angeles. Our organization fights for the enforcement of the Los Angeles home sharing ordinance in order to protect long-term housing and neighborhoods that are impacted by the short-term rental industry. I'm here today to urge the Coastal Commission to uphold the City of Malibu's ordinance. Historically, the Coastal Commission has supported common sense local regulations of short-term rentals. In 2016, Steve Kinsley, the Coastal Commission chair, advised planning and community development directors throughout the coastal zone that the commission strongly supports developing reasonable and balanced short-term rental regulations that both increase access to the coast and address local concerns, such as housing supply and neighborhood character. Kinsley further described the various short-term rental restrictions that the Coastal Commission would support. Many of these restrictions are strikingly similar to those proposed by Malibu today. Those regulations included limits on the total number of vacation rentals allowed within certain areas and limits on the types of housing that can be used. In accordance with these suggestions, Malibu's amendment that has proposed to limit the number of short-term rentals in multi-family property or multi-unit properties. Kinsley also indicated that the Coastal Commission supported requirements for 24-hour management, including on-site management. The Malibu Amendment adopts these same oversight requirements by requiring that single-family home rentals to be hosted. If you reject Malibu's regulations today, you are sending messages to cities along the coast, including the few cities that include working families that still have a chance, to visit, that they too should allow housing stock to be converted into luxury tourist rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Ewing. David Ewing, when you're able to do so, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. David, you are in the meeting as a panelist.
Sorry, okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm David Ewing, a resident of Venice. The staff report's message to Malibu is go back to the drawing board and don't try to squeeze out visitors by creating onerous conditions. Where I would disagree with them is that while they talk about the need for the city to strike, quote, an appropriate balance, unquote, balance is only achieved by identifying and equalizing opposing values, and I'm afraid staff has largely neglected what may be put at risk or lost. Short-term rental regulation is extremely tricky, as we've learned in Los Angeles, where we've had an ordinance in effect for over 3 years. But in the Venice coastal zone, we still have entire apartment buildings illegally converted and operating as if no ordinance existed. I believe staff's approach needs to be reframed so that the next attempt at an ordinance will prevent or discourage the following effects. Number 1, speculation. Number 2, loss of affordable long-term rentals. Number 3, displacement of long-term renters. Number 4, driving up residential property prices for a commercial use. Number 5, thereby making housing more scarce. And number 6, thereby pricing more people out of the coast. Further, the commission's current approach creates facts on the ground while awaiting LCP approval. Approval of an LCP amendment. In order to provide guidance to cities in dealing with this emergent non-traditional challenge of platform-driven short-term rentals, the Coastal Commission should develop and continuously update its own body of knowledge on the effects, both positive and negative, short-term rentals. May I just finish the sentence?
Go ahead, just one sentence.
Yeah, that short-term rentals may produce in coastal communities and best practices for balancing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing.
Thank you. Next, Jonah Breslow. Then coming back to names that we weren't able to locate.
Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Jonah Breslow. I am a research analyst at Unite Here Local 11. And as you've heard, we urge you to uphold Malibu's short-term rental ordinance. To reject it for not allowing enough unhosted whole home rentals would be a troubling precedent as our state faces a devastating housing crisis. The commission should be encouraging hosted rentals, which are more affordable on average and balance community needs such as housing and coastal access far better than any other type of STR. Malibu's STR law would not harm working people's ability to access the coast. According to staff, quote, the city's proposal to ban non-hosted STRs in single-family residences would eliminate existing lower-cost overnight accommodations. However, our analysis of STR data from June revealed that not one of the whole home rentals in Malibu was lower cost under the definitions used by the commission. It just will not impact lower cost overnight accommodations. The average whole home rental in Malibu was $1,837 a night, according to our analysis. And that's more than many of our members pay each month for rent. It's certainly more than I pay. And the reality is that these whole home rentals in single family residences in the city of Malibu are going to be luxury rentals that are inaccessible to working families. And that's what's banned under this proposal. However, hosted rentals can offer more affordable alternatives for travelers. The cheapest STR available in this data set that we looked at was a private room within a home that was available for $145 a night. The average private room or guest suite in the data set was $389 a night, far less than the whole home rental. So if the commission wants to protect lower cost overnight accommodations, it should encourage these kinds of home sharing, not whole home rentals. And even accounting for the larger size of whole home rentals, they're still far more expensive. So please uphold the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breslow.
Thank you. And then now calling the names again. Sean Thusen, I see that you're still in the meeting. So if you're ready, please unmute yourself. And then Jorge Reyes, who is labeled as attending on location, if you're here. I'm giving Sean a few seconds. Okay, I'm seeing no movement from Sean, so Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Ms. Parker Bosolinsky, did you want to respond to any of the comments? Okay, appreciate that. All right, bringing it back to staff. Mr. Hudson, do you have any comments based on the?
Thank you. Just a few quick responses to address some of the issues raised by a few of the speakers. In regard to Ms. Bozolowski's characterization of staff's position, that this is a ban on short-term rentals. Of course, we do not think it's just a ban on short-term rentals, but what it is and what we explain in the staff report is that it does prohibit the use of single-family residences within the entire city for any sort of unhosted short-term rental. And this amendment would prohibit all such uses. Now, the city is concerned about the impacts to the housing stock, and we have met with the city staff many times over the previous year, and we share that concern, and we've let them know that that is our concern as well. But we believe the solution is to try to find a balanced approach, and that solution would be something similar to the many other LCP amendments that commission has approved in the past. So similar to some of those compromise solutions we've found for the city of Oxnard, Ventura County, and elsewhere. One that would allow a balance of measures that would protect housing stock while allowing for the retention of overnight accommodations. There was also a question raised by the city about the number of short-term rentals. And they had mentioned that the 414 properties that were called out in the staff report as historic short-term rentals in 2018, prior to the city's implementation of their uncertified ordinance, is incorrect. But just point out that that number, the 414 number of existing short-term rentals, came from the city. So that was the number they provided as part of the filing for their application. And it was indicated that was the number of short-term rentals in 2018. Now, the city is indicating that they believe that the more appropriate number would be the 202 short-term rentals that are currently operating, but those are the number of short-term rentals that operate under the city's new ordinance, which is much more restrictive. But even under that new ordinance, I would just note that there are 173 single-family residences operating as short-term rentals and 71 multifamily, and those are unhosted. So even out of that smaller pool, regardless of which number we use, I think the really important fact here is that the vast majority, the 173 to the 71 multifamily, the vast majority of these unhosted short-term rentals are operating in the single-family residences, and that's the nature of what people are looking for with these short-term rentals in Malibu. So our concern with this amendment, and just trying to find that balanced approach, is that by prohibiting all unhosted short-term rentals in single-family areas, the amendment will result in a net reduction of this form of overnight accommodation within the city. And we think that's unavoidable unless we take a look at some of the alternatives that we've asked the city to look at. Now, in regard to, I would just like to set the record straight as well. In regard to one of the comments by Ms. Wilson, staff is not arguing against home shares. Under every alternative that staff has discussed with city staff and every alternative addressed in the staff report, each one of those would include home shares. So home shares would be fine. What our concern is that the loss of the unhosted short-term rentals in the single-family residences will result in a net reduction in overnight accommodations. And also of concern is that by only allowing these unhosted short-term rentals in the multifamily zones, our concern is that would potentially displace this demand for short-term rentals to those multifamily neighborhoods. And that could actually result in the greatest adverse impacts on what we would probably consider more the working class of rental accommodations within Malibu. And of course, it's true, as many of the speakers said, this is Malibu. So what's affordable is probably far different from what we'd like to see. There is really a dearth of affordability in that city. What our concern, though, is that this is about preserving overnight accommodations. We'd love to see more affordable accommodations, but we don't think that by reducing the number of overnight accommodations that exist within this area, that is in any way going to improve affordability. And in fact, it's that reduction of overnight accommodations would result in significant adverse impacts. So with that, I'm just going to ask Denise if she has any additional comments before I close our staff comments.
Ms. Venegas?
I didn't have anything else to add. I think Steve covered it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm bringing it back to the commission. Commissioner Hart.
I have to say I strongly support staff's very well-reasoned report on this. But, the most striking thing I think is what you just said, Steve, which is, and I'm a little bit confused about Unite Here's position, I just have to say, because to me, it seems to me if you're limiting STRs to multifamily, well, multifamily is the affordable housing, which is what you just said. So you're going to drive all the STRs into the affordable housing and out of the very wealthy neighborhood single family homes. I guess, I mean, that's the goal, it sounds like to me. And that's just not an acceptable goal. Here, the commission's goal is to provide affordable accommodation, people from all backgrounds to the coast of California, including one of the most amazing and beautiful parts of the coast, which is Malibu. There's so little hotel and motel accommodations. The proposal to me is just really unacceptable. And I'm also shocked that the city determined to go forward in the middle of negotiations with commission staff. Obviously, that's not the way we like to see things done. We really would like city and commission staff to find a compromise in this area, which so many cities have done throughout the state, because STRs, by their nature, they depend on the certain community. How many hotel rooms are there? You know, how is it all working out in that community? And, you know, working with commission staff to find a balance. So I'm really very hopeful that if today's vote is in fact to reject the proposed amendment, that the city staff will, before any lawsuits, which the acting in his individual capacity mayor pro tem suggested, that the city please go back and work with staff and bring us an amendment that we can support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm going to take a little bit of a different view on this, but I do want to just start by saying I can't help but remark on the fact that this morning we had our local government workshop and we're talking so much about collaborative efforts, and here we are. It just like the cognitive dissonance for me this afternoon is just really disappointing in a lot of ways. And I also have to say there was an implication during public comment, maybe more than an implication, frankly, that our staff here at the Coastal Commission somehow has a vested interest in presenting information in a particular way. And that's not true. I can assure you that our staff's vested interest is only in upholding the law and making sure that the law is valued and that we understand it. So I just had to start there because it kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, to be very frank with you. All that said, short-term rentals for me present one of the greatest challenges, and I really struggle up here to manage my own views on how negatively they impact communities within the confines of our authority under the Coastal Act. I would say of maybe any other issue, it's one that I struggle with the most. But as much as it's a struggle for me up here on the Coastal Commission side, the implications of short-term rentals and what they mean in and for our local coastal communities are far more serious, and the real world consequences of bad short-term rental policy are severe, and they're particularly severe on working people and working families. And in Santa Barbara in particular, that's where I come from, the proliferation of short-term rentals has absolutely devastated our community in many, many ways. And it has reached a crisis level. And I have to tell you, it's just frankly impossible for me to take off my local government hat anymore in these conversations, because it is working people who are struggling, who are leaving our community, who can't find housing. And the sense that we have at the local government level that there is nothing that can be done that will allow us to put reasonable regulation on short-term rentals is it's just untenable. And what is devastating for me is the impacts are really felt most by working people. And I would just ask us to think about whether the displacement that's caused by short-term rentals, whether those rentals are in multifamily zones or single-family zones, does that impact our coastal visitors? Absolutely, it absolutely does, because who do we think is being displaced with these short-term rentals? It's the working people that serve our coastal visitors. So this idea that they're totally disconnected, that we can think about low-cost visitor serving accommodation without thinking about the implications of what it means to push out the working people who are serving those visitors, I think for me is short-sighted. And that's I guess a long-winded way of saying I really do struggle with this. And I think the approach of a home share for me is probably the best balance that could be struck. And frankly, even that, I have to say, is hard for me to say. Within the requirements of the Coastal Act, I think a home share and an approach like this is the best that we can do, and it balances in a way that I think we have to, and we do have to understand that these coastal communities, mine, Malibu similarly in some ways, are at crisis points. And I don't think we would be here having these conversations were it not for the fact that we truly are in crisis, and it's our working people that are suffering the most. All that said, though, I really do wish, and I think there's just a couple of opportunities to come to a compromise so that we could have not been in this position. And I know that our staff said probably not best to legislate from up here, so I won't try to do that, other than to say, I think that a reasonable addition would have been to put a cap on the unhosted STRs. I mean, I think even a very low cap. And I guess I would just ask if there's a willingness to do that, or to come up with some number. I'm not, saying it needs to be 500 or something massive. We can come up with a number that everyone agrees with and get us to some kind of middle ground. And it is a restrictive approach. So I don't know if that's a question to staff or to the city of Malibu. I mean, is there an appetite for that? Can we do that?
I'm going to address that in my comments, Commissioner, but that is the essential question. Okay.
So I would just close by saying, that is something that I would be very interested in doing. I think for me, that's the only way that, I would be happy to move forward in that direction, but otherwise, I'll listen to my colleagues' comments before I make my decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguirre, Commissioner Royce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo Commissioner Harmon's comments regarding how challenging this issue is. I obviously represent the San Diego coast, and I couldn't help but remember one of the last meetings we had regarding short-term rentals, the woman, Gretchen Newsom, who called in, was literally being kicked out. She's a single mom because the owner, because of that decision, was being putting up the apartment for short-term rental, and she was being displaced and kicked out. Imperial Beach is a working class community. We are almost 90% of our communities in the coastal zone, and people are being displaced left and right, and they're finding themselves having to move actually across the border into Tijuana because housing is so unaffordable. I want to associate myself as well with what you were saying, Commissioner Harmon, about finding a middle ground. I think that we have an opportunity today to look at that, and I would encourage us to find a middle ground if we could, because I just don't see how an unhoused $1 million home in Malibu will provide additional accommodations for working class people wanting to come enjoy the coast of Malibu. I just can't wrap my head around that. So I would love us to see us work a way out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience in being through this day. And I think I would align myself with the comments made by Commissioners Harmon and Aguirre. One of the things I was looking for in the materials was data on the current the current universe of permitted short-term rentals, how they broke out with regards to how many could be hosted properties actually had the ability of, in terms of a separate residence, or how many bedrooms, how many were currently operating as purely not hosted, if there were any that were operating as hosted currently. I also was reading through the materials and seeing correspondence from residents within your community who were opining on the ordinance making, who were primary residents lived in Malibu most of the year, and then would rent out their properties for short periods in order to supplement their income, and would not have the ability probably to host or to rent out as a hosted property. So I think that every situation and every community is unique in terms of striking the right balance. But I think for various reasons, I'm agreeing with staff's position that the solution that you have landed on is too restrictive and not nuanced enough. And I would hope there would be room to see, to create some modifications that allow for a little bit more flexibility. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Oh, Commissioner Uranga.
I too want to align myself with the comments made by my colleagues, Aguirre and Harmon, in regards to this issue. Ms. Wilson pointed out about what we did in Long Beach in terms of putting a cap on STRs, and it's working for us in the sense that we are able to control what comes in and what goes out in terms of our city. So I would be very much in favor of considering such a cap in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Uranga. I'm going to make a series of comments. First, I just want to associate myself with all of the comments. I mean, I think you're hearing the thoughtfulness of the commission. We have local government representation for a reason, and we also have public members. And so you can see the STR issue is difficult. And you can also see, as with your staff who are professional, our staff are professional, and they are well aware of the complexity of this issue and the thoughts and the guiding principles that they hear from the commissioners when we debate this. And I would just ask that our staff be referred to and treated as the professionals that they are. We find it very disheartening when people disparage our staff. It doesn't improve your position at all. And we would never do that to your staff. So just keep that in mind. Third, I think, this proposal is not ready. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. The fact that you cut off the negotiations is not a policy position. Sir, just sit down because the public hearing has been closed. That's not the way it works. The way it works in the state of California is that the cities and the counties and the Coastal Commission have to agree on these issues. So it's not a situation where we want to dictate to you. We don't. We want there to be a negotiated, based on fact, proposal that our staff then can bring to us, that they have worked with you through it on all the elements with your community, and also have incorporated the state law requirements for a balanced short-term rental policy. And you are in a very unique situation. I mean, all the coastal cities and counties have pockets of extraordinary wealth. They tend to be smaller though, and they tend to have a lot more hotel, motel, B&B accommodations, okay? So here you have 21 or 27 miles of coast, whatever figure you want. You have 130 hotel rooms. You have 15 million visitors a year. You have 142 RVs. Just put your hand down, sir. I'm not going to call on you. 142 RV sites and 35 camping sites. 74%, let's just say 75% of your vacation rentals are short-term rentals because you don't have the accommodations. That could be something that your council could look at, which is to attract developers who want to build more accommodations along this coastline. But I know you're restricted because most of it's private property at this point. But the fact is is that this proposal is internally inconsistent. I totally agree with the comment, I don't remember which of our commissioners made it, regarding the impact on multifamily housing, which is affordable housing, probably, for working families in Malibu, and to have that as the only option is crazy. And I just want to say, lastly, you are enforcing an uncertified, what is it called?
Ordinance.
Ordinance. No, you are not. It is a violation of the Coastal Act. So whether or not, so in fact, if anybody doesn't comply, legally, they do not have to comply. So to me, again, it's inconsistent. If you want to have a new enforcement policy for short-term rentals, you have to do a CDP or an LCPA. That's the law. You just don't get to pretend it's not there. You have to come to the Coastal Commission so that we can help you hit the right marks. We're not trying to get in your way. We're trying to ensure that you balance and that you follow the law. That's our jobs. We're not trying to be mean. We're just trying to do our job. So with that, I would like to see a motion where we deny your changes to your LUP and LIP, and that sincerely, we want you to come back with your team and work with our team so that 6 months, 9 months from now, we can help you adopt a reasonable and a thoughtful short-term rental policy. Okay, having said that, all right, I just want to say, I just have to ask a question of council. So if the denial fails, what happens?
Then it gets certified as submitted.
Okay, so it gets certified if we don't deny it. So I just wanted folks to understand that's what's at stake.
The motion is to certify as submitted by the City of Malibu.
And what we're asking for is a no vote.
Correct.
Okay, but if our motion, if we don't get sufficient votes, then it is certified
It is certified as submitted, yes.
as submitted without sufficient votes.
I'm sorry.
So if the
You're looking for what happens if there's a tie vote?
I'm looking for what happens if it does not, if we don't get a majority of no votes.
So then it is approved as submitted.
Yes, okay, I just wanted everybody to understand that because it's kind of weird, some of these motions. Okay, so the chair and the vice chair are asking for a no vote. Okay.
Okay.
So this is going to be a multi-part series of motions. I move the commission certify land use plan amendment LCP for MAL 200083-2 is submitted by the City of Malibu, and I am asking for a no vote.
Second. Moved by Hart, seconded by Bochco. The makers of the motion are asking for a no vote. Is there any additional discussion or debate? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Miller, please call the roll. We're asking for a no vote.
Commissioner Bochco?
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Harmon? Harmon, yes. Commissioner Hart?
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Aguirre?
Aguirre, yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Rice?
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Uranga?
Yes.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner O'Malley?
No.
O'Malley, no. Chair Brownsy? Oops, I'm missing someone.
I don't think so. I think you got everybody.
Okay.
No.
Brownsy, no. The vote is 5 no, 3 yes.
Okay, the motion fails. All right, next motion. Asking,
Right.
it's a denial of the LIP as submitted, asking
you.
for an aye vote.
I move that the commission reject local implementation plan amendment LCP 4 MAL 200083-2 as submitted by the city of Malibu, and I'm requesting a yes vote on my motion to reject.
Second?
Second.
Okay, moved Hart, seconded by Bochco. The makers of the motion are asking for an aye vote.
Commissioner Harmon.
Now that we're here, yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Rice. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Chair Brownsy.
Yes,
Brownsy, yes. The vote is unanimous.
we denied the LIP as submitted in the past. Nope, that's it. Okay, I think that's it for today. And for this month's meeting, I want to thank everybody for participating. And we look forward to seeing everybody in September in Pismo Beach. Thank you all very much. Thanks to the staff, thanks to the members of the public, and thank you so much to the commissioners. Bye-bye.